No problem.
Good evening, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move straight to item 1 on the agenda to receive apologies. I have received apologies from Councillor Farhatullah Khan, Councillor Mike Carr, Councillor Robin Turner, Councillor Yvonne Williams. Are there any others? No? Item 2. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Rawson. Councillor? Could you use your microphone, please?
A declaration of personal interest, item 16.1, NHS employee. Okay.
Like Councillor Rawson, I work at the Royal Derby Hospital.
Councillor Dinser.
Personal interest, Mr Mayor. I'll be asking a question on arson culture.
Councillor. Thank you. Councillor. Sorry, Councillor, could you say it again? Your voice is so gentle we can't hear it. Yes, you. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I am a member of Derby Furniture Project and Steps for the Future, both local charities in the village sector.
Councillor Higginbotham, do you just declare which particular item it is that you've got an interest in?
Moving on to item 3, to approve the minutes of the Council meeting held on the 12th of September 2011. I think that's passed, thank you. Item 4, announcements from the Mayor. I'll do the more serious one first. Members will be aware that the former Director of Social Services, Margaret McGlade, has passed away. I, along with Councillor Jones and Councillor Webb, were able to represent the City last month at Margaret's funeral, which was very well attended. May I therefore ask members to stand now for 1 minute's silence. Members will also be aware of the very serious accident that befell Councillor Robin Turner whilst on holiday in Portugal recently, and I'm sure we've all followed Robin's progress in the Derby Telegraph. We know that he's now out of hospital and recovering at home. Robin still has a long way to go to recover to full fitness before he can return to this chamber, and we all wish him well. Given that this was a very serious accident and the recuperation time is long, I would like to move a motion as printed at point 5 on page 7 of the agenda to exempt him from being disbarred if he is unable to attend a meeting for 6 months. In that same motion, we are proposing substitutions for Robin from the outside bodies on which he sits. And I understand, Councillor Bayliss, that you're happy to second this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I formally second and move it to the vote?
Thank you. Those in favour? I think that's NEMCON, thank you. And I have a last-minute announcement to make. On behalf of Councillor Higginbotham, you will have heard by now that she's successfully completed her fire walk. I don't think she has any blisters, but she has said to me she knows where you live, and if you still owe her sponsorship money, she'd like to receive it before the end of the evening. Thank you very much. Item 5, to receive statements from members of the Council Cabinet. The leader, Councillor Hickson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since the last meeting of the Council, I'm pleased to advise members of the following initiatives and achievements across all of the Council's directorates. In Children and Young People, our Adult Learning Service won a Times Educational Supplement Further Education Award in the Outstanding E-Learning Team category. The judges said, Derby City Council showed that with a relatively small investment, you can make a huge difference and offer better futures for people with learning disabilities. This is the second national award received by the Adult Learning Service in recent weeks. Earlier this month, Ellie Swanson, one of our tutors, was runner-up in the National E-Guide Sharing and Sharpening Award. And this success has been achieved by considerable dedication and hard work by tutors and other staff over many years, and has led to the Council being held in high regard in the adult learning sector. The Lighthouse Nursery had an unannounced Ofsted inspection on the 17th of October, and I'm pleased to report the inspectors found the nursery to be outstanding overall. The Residential Short Break Service had an unannounced inspection on the 28th of October. The inspection judgment again was outstanding, the summary stating, you have an outstanding short break service and benefit from excellent care from an outstanding staff team. You are able to participate in various activities, and as a result, you learn new things and develop new skills. In the Neighbourhoods Directorate, Chaddersden Park has achieved an outstanding result in the East Midlands in Bloom It's Your Neighbourhood Award for the second year running. This year, the park was awarded a phenomenal 95% score from the judges, topping their excellent 2010 result of 85%. This award comes hot on the heels of the Green Flag status, which was awarded to them in September. A resident of Osmaston requested that the devolved Street Pride budget pay for bulbs to brighten up the entrance to the park. And earlier this month, 25 Year 6 pupils from Osmaston Primary School, along with the Osmaston Community Association of Residents, known as OSCAR, staff from the Parks Division and Grounds Maintenance, Derby Homes and local councillors met at Osmaston Park entrance and planted 5,000 mixed-coloured crocus bulbs, so we look forward to a display from those in spring. 3 compactor days, enabling residents to dispose of bulky waste, also took place in Normanton and Arboretum during November. These events similarly funded by the local neighbourhood boards and delivered by the Street Pride Waste Management team for the whole community. The first Feed 1000 event was held in October at the Grove Street car park. Clover offered food waste demonstrations showing people how to deal with their leftovers and make their weekly shop go a little further. Many local residents, both young and old, attended the event. Council staff were on hand to offer advice about waste, litter and recycling. Another Feed 1000 event is scheduled for Saturday the 26th of November, so I hope that those of you who might be interested in that initiative will go and have a look. The doorstep canvassing project is targeting 1,400 households a week. The areas targeted to date are the Abbey Priority Area 1 and Normanton Priority 1, 2 and 3 areas, and the Arboretum Priority 1 and 2 areas. The salt barn, which will deal with our salt supplies for winter, is almost complete. The first delivery of grit is expected by the end of November. Work on the associated water harvesting project and improved hard standing to the front of the barn will also be completed towards the end of the month. Our switch earlier this year to a 4-day week for bin collections has been highlighted as a good example for other councils to follow on an industry website. In the Chief Executive's office, as far as regeneration is concerned, you'll have heard that earlier this month the government announced that Derby's ambitious bid for funding from the Regional Growth Fund had been successful and that £40 million has been awarded to Derby City Council. This will fund projects which will lead to the creation of new private sector investment and new private sector employment in response to the challenges facing the city. The bid was submitted by the business-led Derby Renaissance Board, which is supported by the council. In terms of city and neighbourhood partnerships, neighbourhood boards across the city have been using their budgets to support a range of organisations and projects to benefit residents in their neighbourhoods and to improve our city. The projects contribute to the delivery of the Derby Plan. And some examples of those projects include the Alistry Board, who have contributed to our young people achieving their learning potential through funding an extension to library provision at Lawn Primary School. Mickletover has funded improvements to the Parade Shopping Centre in Mickletover, and Spondon has supported their active Spondon Traders Association for the Spondon Alight campaign to brighten the area and to encourage late-night shopping. Boards have also contributed to improving good health and well-being. Blaegreaves has funded the Pilates sessions for older people, and Bolton have provided support to Field Lane Football Club, and Derwent has provided support to the Derwent Football Club. Boards have also funded projects to help neighbours and residents feel safe and be safe. Mackworth has funded CCTV equipment to support local neighbourhood watchers. Boards are commendably working towards building a strong community award across Derby. The Simping Board has helped to fund weekly social activities for older people through their local Live at Home scheme. Boards have contributed to an active cultural life in Abbey, Ulverston and Littleover wards, who have helped to fund community fun days in their neighbourhoods, and Arboretum has funded cricket coaching and sports activities for young people. In terms of activities in adults' health and housing, the Council, jointly with the National Health Service, has commissioned an assisted living centre. This facility, operated by Mediquip, enables the public to try out daily living aids to help them with independent living. The facility is located on the Jubilee Trading Estate and is a first for the Council and for Mediquip. The facility has been advocated by the Disability and Older People's Forums, and I'm delighted that the Council, along with its partners, has made this happen for Derby citizens. In March this year, the Adult Placement Scheme worked with a national organisation called Community Catalysts to transform the scheme into a shared life scheme, offering support to a wider group of people. The ethos of the scheme is that customers experience family life and are supported by shared lives carers to access educational, leisure and work opportunities to take part in the community instead of going to more traditional services. Since April 2011, 9 people have been supported in the Shared Life Scheme who would otherwise have been referred to Ashley, the Council's residential respite service. 2 people had a long-term placement since April, and we've had a further 3 long-term placements available. 15 additional people have received short breaks since April, and 41 that have been supported by the scheme in respect of short breaks have reported a very positive experience from that. And here is just one example of how this scheme has changed somebody's life. M, and I'll just refer to the person as M, lives with a shared lives carer on a long-term basis. He was anxious about using public transport, but with the carer's support he can now travel independently using buses, and he's also gained enough confidence to fly abroad with some friends on Monday. So that's a really good example of how this scheme works in practice. In terms of the Resources Directorate of the Council has secured the 2 ticks positive about disabled people logo from Job Centre Plus for another year, which is commendable. We were one of the first employers in the county to achieve the logo in the early 90s, and we've had it ever since, which demonstrates that we are maintaining the standard in this area. We've just been reassessed and awarded it again, and we had to fulfil 5 commitments to disabled people in employment to earn that logo, so well earned, and a tribute to the staff who made that happen. The preparation of the annual statement of accounts has been the most complicated for a number of years. Derby completed its statement for 2010-2011 accurately and on time, receiving recognition from our external auditors. They've commented that we'd followed an excellent process and achieved an excellent final outcome, despite all the major changes that had to take place this year. The format of our accounts was commended as being one of best practice. And finally, Mr. Mayor, Derby is proud of the conclusion of our recent evaluation of our financial resilience and value for money. Again, this council has been assessed as excellent, with a green for all areas of financial planning, for all areas of control, and for all areas of governance. The way we prioritise our resources and our drive for improving efficiency. The assessment identified that our arrangements meet or exceed expected standards and include some key characteristics of good practice. So I'm sure the Council will want to join with me in thanking our officers for delivering these outstanding results. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since the last meeting of the Council, I'm pleased to inform members that we've been approached by energy company E.ON to join their Sustainable Cities programme. The aim of the programme, which will be reported to Cabinet in December, is for E.ON to partner with 10 cities by the end of 2011 and to support aspirations for building a low-carbon economy. This partnership will focus on the delivery of sustainable energy, reducing fuel poverty, and working to ensure and secure local energy supply for the future. Derby has been approached in view of both its achievements and its ambitions in this area. There are also strategic relationship with Nottingham City, already an existing member of the Sustainable Cities programme through the D2N2 LEP. Given the known financial pressures in the public sector, this administration firmly believes that it will be necessary more than ever to partner with private sector and develop long-term partnerships to deliver against this agenda and others. The City Council, through Derby Homes, already has an existing relationship with E.ON to the value of £6.6 million to improve the energy performance of 2,200 homes across the city. This aims to reduce energy bills by approximately £600 per home. This new initiative will build on that existing relationship. E.ON supports the cities selected for the programme through focusing available funding from energy obligation, private investment, finance packages and community budgets. Quite clearly, this has huge potential to both identify and deliver some real opportunities and take forward our climate change and low-carbon economy ambitions for the city. In Stoke-on-Trent, for example, E.ON has plans to install up to 4,000 solar PV systems on council homes. In Exeter, E.ON is providing a district energy scheme which will provide heat to 3,000 new homes. Cabinet will be updated on the proposed partnership in due course. The portfolio of projects for Derby that comes out of this relationship is yet to be determined, but will be shaped by local aspirations along with the significant expertise and resources of E.ON in partnership with the Council's climate change team. Thank you.
Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I, on behalf of the Labour Group, welcome this news. It's very positive for the City of Derby and in terms of climate change aspirations. It's important that we are building on the work that's already going on between E.ON and Derby Homes, which is significant in the number of houses that already are benefiting. However, we need to make sure that it's not just Derby Homes that promote this area of activity, but it's also private dwellings where we're actually lower in number. And I'm sure this particular initiative will contribute towards that. So it's a very welcome sign. We need to be also careful, though, that we want to encourage other energy companies, the significant players in the country, to also get into partnership with the City Council and actually generate more opportunities for the citizens of Derby. If and when that leads to, those partnership opportunities leads to potential income generation for the energy companies, then I think it's important that we have an open and transparent process of tender, and that any relationship we have currently should not compromise the opportunity other energy organisations have of actually putting in bids, so that we have a competitive market and get the best deal for the citizens of Derby. Thank you.
Councillor Bayliss, I apologise, I missed your indication earlier.
It's nearly Christmas, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'll respond to the leader's statement. I'd like to thank all those who work for Derby City Council for the dedication and diligence in delivering the achievements outlined in the statement, but I'm going to delete all the comments in the order that were delivered. In terms of children and young people, again, we will congratulate and applaud the achievements outlined in the leader's statement, and also congratulate those members of staff who were involved in these. In neighbourhoods, well, welcome all the achievements made and all the comments made. The achievement at Chad Park Friends is outstanding, and Osmiston Park, in terms of Oscar, local ward councillors and the children, is to be commended. But there are other areas of the city that benefit from these planting schemes. Fodos do it, I know, and Osmiston Park Friends, to name two of the organisations. In respect to the Chief Exec's office, it is satisfying to know that finally the coalition government have recognised that Derby does need some help, so the Regional Growth Fund is welcome. But it's just not as good as the Bombardier winning the Thameslink contract. Certainly in respect to neighbourhood boards and neighbourhood working, which were set up by Labour, and at the time the Conservatives would have nothing to do with the arrangements, it's quite nice to see a Conservative leader excelling the virtues of neighbourhood working. This is something this side of the chamber is quite passionate about, and we will bring forward some manifesto improvements for neighbourhood working later in the year. In terms of adult health and housing, the announcements here are welcome, but have to be set in the context of the slash and burn cuts that this area has seen, imposed mainly by central government. And let us not forget, last night Whittaker Road was closed. The Blue Badge scheme holders were being charged £10 by this administration. In terms of resources, it's only right that the City Council should lead in the way it treats its staff and those with disabilities. So well done to all those involved who contributed to the reward of the 2-tick standard. It's something that we should be well proud of and be leading on. And the Labour group here can salute the work of Roger Kershaw and his team in relation to the Council's accounts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We now move to item 6 and public questions. The first questioner, Jamie Tan, is not able to attend, and in accordance with the Constitution, I have agreed to read his question. Jamie Tan writes, "Fly tipping is a growing issue and is affecting Normanton seriously, with financial implications to local city council in difficult times. The Clean Neighbourhoods and Environment Act 2005 was set up in England and Wales specifically to make it easier to deal with environmental crimes. Part 5 of the Act covers waste and gives local authorities, the police and the Environment Agency greater powers when dealing with waste crime. It was reported by BBC that all councils in Derbyshire are keen to stamp out the practice and say they will not hesitate to prosecute offenders when sufficient evidence is available, and many councils now regularly name and shame those found guilty of illegal dumping. The urge to fine and penalise offenders has been raised and encouraged in my local neighbourhood forums over the last 3 years as a deterrent and education medium. I have asked several times and have grown increasingly frustrated of not getting a direct answer. Therefore, I ask again now for the information on tonnage of fly tipping collected by the council in Derby, specifically Normanton, over the last year. the associated cost to clean up fly tipping in Normanton, and the number of enforcement/penalty issued to offenders of fly tipping over the past year in Normanton. Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I first reassure you that, in actual fact, most of the following answer was reported at a recent Normanton forum in a bid to reassure residents that every effort is, in fact, being made to address these issues. Littering, fly tipping and poor waste storage and handling are particular problems in Normanton. Figures from Street Pride show that in the last 12 months they've removed 320 tonnes of waste from the streets of Normanton at a cost of around £50,000. Neighbourhood officers are working with local residents and businesses to try and change the behaviour of the minority of people responsible for the littering, fly tipping and poor waste storage within this area. This is being done by a combination of education and enforcement. In terms of enforcement action taken by the Environmental Protection Team, they have received approximately 350 complaints about waste accumulations in Normanton in the last 12 months. Of these, approximately 150 related to fly tipping. Some of these were received from Street Pride, but the majority were received directly from local people. All of these complaints were investigated, but most of the fly tipping cases, in those cases, there was little evidence to link the incident to a specific offender. In total, 316 legal notices have been served in relation to waste, and 11 fixed penalty notices were issued. The main difficulty in bringing offenders to court for fly tipping remains the lack of eyewitness evidence and the unwillingness of many local people to give a written statement or evidence in court. The Environment Team is currently developing proposals to encourage better local engagement. A response service has also been recently launched to provide a swift response to complaints about environmental crime. The service will also provide an out-of-hours response for the first time and undertake surveillance at known hotspots. They'll be working closely with the police and with Street Pride. This will increase the number of enforcement actions across the city, but Normanton will be the particular focus of their activities. Where fly tipping does occur, officers from Street Pride and the Environmental Protection Unit work together to try to obtain evidence as to who is responsible. Where such evidence is found, enforcement action will be taken against the offender whenever possible. Street Pride puts significant resources into cleaning up litter and fly tipping so that local people are encouraged to take a pride in their area and that the actions of those thoughtless people who do dump rubbish do not blight the lives of their neighbours. They also put significant time into educating local residents, and the team is currently working in priority streets in Normanton, Abbey and Arboretum, calling at over 1,400 properties a week and talking to approximately 400 people. This initiative is funded by the Street Pride Waste contract and will continue for approximately 8 weeks. As you've already heard from the leader, the first Feed 1000 event of the Love Food Hate Waste campaign took place on the 8th of October at Grove Street car park in a bid to reduce food waste, and a similar event is planned for this Saturday at Normanton Park. The response officers from the Environmental Protection Team will be in attendance at this event to offer advice on enforcement. In November, Street Pride is working with neighbourhood boards in Normanton and Arboretum to enable local people to dispose of any bulky waste that they may have. Street Pride have in fact provided compactors and in total collected around 35 tonnes of waste using a flatbed vehicle to take away bulky items. In this way, we will assist local residents to get rid of their local, difficult to dispose of waste at no cost to themselves, and thereby prevent any waste becoming fly tipping. In summary, Mr. Mayor, we are working with the community to change people's behaviour and to encourage them to take pride in their area and reduce the problems of littering and fly tipping. Where littering does occur, we provide a comprehensive service to clean up that area, and where we can identify the people responsible for the repeatedly fly tipping, we will take enforcement action against them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next question is from Karen Williams, who is also not attending, and likewise I shall read what Karen Williams has submitted. Fly tipping is a massive problem in the Normanton area. On a daily basis, we see furniture, bags of food waste, and various other items strewn across the pavements. Do the Council intend to engage with the £100 reward scheme that Dawn G of Carlisle Against Crime and the Normanton Empowerment Team has proposed at both the forums and direct to street pride and environmental health officers? Local businesses have been sought to fund this for information given leading to the enforcement of offenders. This scheme has been targeted at different crimes in Littleover successively for over 10 years. Perhaps Normanton could learn from the success of this project. Councillor Poulter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This follows on quite nicely from the previous question. In answer, I am very supportive of any proposal that improves our ability to bring fly tippers to justice. I know that similar schemes are already running in some local authority areas, and I've asked our environmental protection team to evaluate these schemes as to their effectiveness, to identify the best practice in implementing these schemes, but we do need to identify the budget implications for the service. Subject to positive responses to these inquiries, I would hope to launch a pilot scheme in Derby early in the new year. The Environmental Protection Team will update the Normanton Forum on its findings at their next forum meeting. Such schemes recognise the importance of local information in securing prosecutions for fly tipping. In Derby, this remains a particular problem with a very few local people coming forward to provide evidence as a witness. To raise local awareness to this and to encourage more local involvement, the Environmental Protection Team will now be using intelligence cards or logs, which will be delivered to properties close to where a fly tip or other environmental incident has occurred. These cards will ask for feedback from residents who may have seen the incident and can help with the investigation. I would, Mr. Mayor, urge any local residents or visitors to the areas who witness any such incidents to contact the Environmental Protection Team and help to stamp out fly tipping in their locality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Our third question is from Dorothy Skrytek about waste treatment facility.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding the Ogen Clark Boyle wood waste incineration plant being built behind Sainsbury's and B&Q on Osmaston Park Road, despite requests, we have not been sent details of the fulfilment of the conditions placed upon the company by the Planning Control Committee, which granted permission for the high-carbon incineration plant, which will produce 30,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide each year and, of course, breach nitrogen dioxide levels in the air quality management area. The quote in the conditions is, before use commences, precise details of an air quality monitoring scheme to assess the output from the proposed plant, with particular regard to emissions of nitrogen dioxide and PM10 particulates in relation to the City Council's designated air quality management area, shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. Where is the information, and why has no one from the planning department answered my question sent to them many months ago now?
Councillor Wood.
Evening, Dorothy. The applicant has submitted details in respect of Condition 5. They've been accepted by the Environmental Health Officer and, I note, the Environment Agency when they issued the environmental permit. The proposed monitoring regime is also part of that permit. The submitted details are available to view on the planning web pages under the application reference DER 0208 00231 or by making an appointment to view the file. Officers try to answer questions promptly, but with the limited resource they have, their priority is to consider and determine planning applications to help stimulate regeneration of the city.
Do you have a supplementary, Dorothy?
Thank you, Councillor. Number crunching-wise, the council house refurbishment is 100 million. The incinerator, the RRS Shanks one, is to cost 25 million. Air quality monitoring is only going to be 40,000. And yet the cuts are being made in order to pay for bankers' mistakes.
Dorothy,
directors earning over 150,000 getting a 50p in the pound tax cut. I'm getting to it, Mr. Mayor.
Do it now, please,
And
Dorothy.
vital public services, such as the air quality monitoring, are being cut.
You're not playing the game
and hitting
here.
women
You're
and
allowed
the
to ask
hardest,
a question. You are not asking
women
a
and
question.
children, the hardest
so we'll
hit.
move on.
I'm nearly finished, Councillor.
The next question was from Mark Titley, and as he's not here, he has asked for his question to be postponed to the next meeting, and I have agreed to do that. The next question after that is from Rebecca Stirrup about arts provision in Derby. Rebecca Stirrup, would you come and place your question, please? Rebecca, please come forward. Dorothy, if you don't follow the conventions of this council, I will adjourn and have you removed from the council. Dorothy, if you don't stand down now, I will ask the stewards to remove you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, colleagues. The Council is back in session. May I apologise to Rebecca Stirrup. That is not the best way to introduce a question. Would you like to come to the microphone now, please, and put your question?
Since the Derby Plan was born from public consultation, is long-term in nature and has been committed to by the Council, how do the budget proposals in relation to the arts and culture sector tie in with these factors, and what is the strategy for continuing arts provision in Derby City?
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rebecca, for your question. One of the 5 delivery boards of the Derby Plan is the Active Culture Board. The cultural strategy for the city... Is that not... Tom, I'll start again. One of the 5 delivery boards of the Derby Plan is the Active Culture Board. The cultural strategy for the city, which has been developed through consultation with key partners, sets out the key priorities for the city for the next 3 years. It will be the responsibility for the Active Culture Board to deliver the cultural strategy. Key people from the public, private and voluntary sector have agreed to be part of the Active Culture Board and work together to overcome the financial challenges we all face and develop the cultural offer in the city.
Do you have a supplementary, Rebecca?
Yeah. The arts organisations in the city have already agreed to a 30% cut, and actually what is going to end up suffering is all of the community work that they do, the work around Fest Day, format, festival, all of the tourism it brings into the city and the marketing value we produce as a city because of that.
Rebecca,
and
I'm
sorry, I'm doing the same thing.
Put the question, please.
Do you agree that taking cuts and making organisations face inward to stay afloat is going to have a negative impact on the community and the community work and the positive kind of culture in the city, away from making those organisations commercially just desperate to stay open?
Councillor Jones.
At the present time, the Council faces unprecedented pressures on resources. And we have to balance our budget, and we have to have regard to the statutory things that we need to provide. We are just at the end of the consultation period, and all the comments from the different arts organisations and other people will be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to the next question from Corey Mwamba about the decrease in arts staffing and funding. Corey.
Councillor Jones, how will the new council infrastructure of one person be able to cope with the scale of arts practice in the city with a decrease in staffing and available funds?
Okay, thank you for your question. The reduction in the council's arts team will mean that we will no longer be able to continue working in all the areas we have previously supported. However, we will continue to work together with the public, private and voluntary sector partners across both the city and the county to use resources that we do have in the most effective and efficient way. Despite the reduction in arts grant funding, we will work closely with our funded organisations to assist wherever possible to ensure these organisations continue to thrive and provide an excellent contribution to the cultural offer in Derby. We will also work to identify external funding opportunities to support arts practice in this city. The Council will continue to provide significant financial support for culture in the city in areas such as Derby Live, the Museum and Art Gallery Service, a vibrant event programme, as well as the London 2012 activities.
You have not answered my question. What I asked you was how the infrastructure of the City Council, the arts team, is going to cope with the arts provision across the city. I'm not talking about the Olympics. I'm not talking about just Quad and Data. I'm talking about all of the artists, which, if you were to add up all of the artists in the city, would equal an ethnic minority group. How is one person going to cope with all those people in the city in terms of art provision?
I believe I did answer the question, and if you want, there will be text being sent out of my answer.
Thank you very much. It's entirely inadequate, but thank you very much.
The next questioner is Paula Moss, Strategy for Arts Provision.
Thank you, Mr.
Could
Mayor.
you just wait a moment, please, Paula, while we deal with this constitutional issue? Can I just consult, please, Councillor?
Again, Councillor, if you could just identify the point of order that you think has been breached, then we can come. Yeah, that is the point of order generally, but you have to identify which of the other ones you think has been breached. And if you can just explain why you think that's been...
Yes. I'm just going to ask a question quickly. When Councillor Jones referred to partnerships within the city and the county, did she mean County Durham and Movable Feast?
Strictly speaking, Mr Mayor, that's not a point of order.
Councillors, can we allow Paula Moss to place her question now, please? Paula, thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Jones. Can I ask,
What is the actual strategy in terms of continuing arts provision for our city?
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Paula, for your question. One of the 5 delivery boards for the Derby Plan is the Active Culture Board. The cultural strategy for the city has been developed through consultation with key partners, and they have set the priorities for the city for the next 3 years. It's the responsibility of this board to deliver the cultural strategy. As I've already said, there are people from the public, private and voluntary sector on that board, and they are actively working together to help us overcome the financial challenges we face at this current time.
Do you have a supplementary question, Paula?
May I ask Councillor Jones again, what is the actual strategy, please?
Councillor?
It lies in the hands of the Cultural Board.
Reg Hand now has a question about the Climate Change Board. Councillors, this is Mr Hand's opportunity to make his question. Let's hear it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the last council meeting, Councillor Holmes made the following assurance. The Climate Change Board still oversees the progress made against all the climate change and energy team projects contained in the Council's climate change strategy. This document still sets the strategic direction to hopefully meet the 25% carbon reduction target by 2014. Since then, Councillor Leader Philip Hickson has been reported as saying there were more pressing issues than climate change. Is this the reason that the Climate Change Board has not met for 14 months?
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you for the question and good evening. Just a small point of clarification. You quoted me as saying in relation to the Council's climate change strategy that this document still sets out the strategic direction to hopefully meet our 25% carbon reduction by 2014. Having referred to my notes and from what I recall, I actually said this document still sets the strategic aspiration to meet our 25% carbon reduction by 2014. I raise this because it's important to understand that while we're committed to achieving the target, it is, in my view, and it's always been my view, aspirational. More so now during the time of unprecedented financial pressures and the decisions on priorities that brings. I've made this clear many times as Cabinet member, so it's not a new information. Now, Councillor Hickson's comments were made in the context of Cabinet receiving recommendations from overview and scrutiny, or a report from. His point is this. The current administration has faced massive challenges in balancing the overall budget, restructuring departments and other resources. If you take safeguarding of children or social care compared to, for example, decisions within the Climate Change and Energy team and the work that it does, I would hope that every single elected member in this hall would agree which takes priority and therefore understands the point being made by the leader. I also believe that the majority of the public would support that view. Of course, it doesn't negate the need to continue to be proactive in reducing our energy usage and carbon emissions as an authority and to encourage and help businesses, schools and Derby residents do the same. The last Climate Change Board meeting was held on Tuesday the 23rd of September back in 2010, which is approximately 14 months ago. Although the board hasn't met for some time, the absence of formal meetings should not be taken as a lack of commitment or effort on the part of partners, members or officers to reducing carbon emissions. As Cabinet member, I've been fully engaged with this important agenda throughout, including through my regular briefing sessions and other meetings with senior officers and other organisations. Projects for the climate change and energy management teams in line with the board priorities were confirmed in early 2011-12 as part of the Planning and Facilities Management Departmental Business Plan, and good progress is being made on delivery. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary, Reg?
Yes. When is the Climate Change Board going to meet?
Councillor?
As I stated in September, a meeting of the board is in process of being arranged and will take place in the near future. I will ensure that the date...
That was your last answer, last time.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. I'm repeating what I said in September, that it's going to be very soon indeed.
Well, I'd like an answer to tonight's question.
Yeah, I'll certainly get a date to you as soon as I've confirmed it.
Which was the answer last time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Simon Bacon with a question on household
Mr.
waste.
Mayor, could I move a point of order? Could I move under CP11 that we void the 30 minutes so that all the other questions can be asked and answered in time? Thank you.
Councillors, we have to put that to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Bayliss's motion to suspend the regulation? I think you've missed your opportunity. The vote was counted as 25-4, which means it must be carried. Thank you. Rosie Townsend, sorry, Simon Bacon. No, it is Rosie Townsend, I do beg your pardon, on a question about the Carbon Reduction Commitment Energy Efficiency Scheme.
Good evening. The Carbon Reduction Commitment Energy Efficiency Scheme has been introduced nationally to drive efficiencies. So what plans are there in the 2012-13 budget to fairly allocate to each directorate this new charge, estimated at £431,664, which is based on the emissions from across the whole of the Council's operations in the previous year?
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you for the question and good evening. With the exception of allowance costs relating to schools, Derby City's Carbon Reduction Commitment Energy Efficiency Scheme allowances are funded centrally through the General Fund budget and not allocated to each directorate. There are presently no plans to allocate in that way. The CRC reduction scheme was designed to reduce carbon emissions through improving energy efficiency in public and private sector organisations that are consumers of larger amounts of electricity and other public sector organisations that are mandated to participate. The scheme was considered necessary by the government for the UK to meet its domestic and international greenhouse gas emission reduction targets and future such targets. Qualification for and inclusion in the scheme is based on electricity supply across organisations and groups of undertakings rather than an individual site basis. Derby City Council has submitted its first statutory report and in full compliance with the scheme's requirements. The scheme does not stipulate how organisations should improve energy efficiency or how they should account for the cost of allowances and other administrative costs of the scheme. Derby City's total energy consumption spans across all 5 directorates. These directorates currently operate from numerous sites across the city, which has many hundreds of separately metered points of energy consumption. Many of these metered points are shared between 2 or more directorates, and consequently the administrative cost of allocating costs to each directorate is prohibitive. In essence, the CRC cost is akin to an overhead for which no means of equitable allocation is presently possible. The school finance regulations allow for local authorities to set the cost of allowances related to school consumption as an allowable item against the central school's budget funded from the dedicated schools grant. The Department for Education does not believe that this should be taken any further by splitting the cost to individual school level, for example. Derby City Council has an overall budget allocation, as you've mentioned, in 2012-13 of £431,664 for its CRC commitment, inclusive of contribution from the central schools budget of £177,000. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Rosie, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please. As you have said, Councillor Holmes, this is a new overhead, so could the Council consider putting it in the Resources Directorate or somewhere else, rather than at present, where it appears, or at least doesn't appear, but it is within the Climate Change and Energy Management Team budget, when it isn't in fact money there for that unit to spend on practical steps, but it's merely there in order to be paid directly to the Treasury before July.
Councillor.
I'm not sure whether that would work, but I'll certainly ask officers about that. What I will say, my view is, may or may not be shared by others, is that the CRC commitment is little more than a tax. I'm sceptical that we can effectively negate all of the CRC pressure down to what I understand was first estimated to be around £50,000 liability. I mean, changes made by the government saw that liability increase significantly to the figure we've referred to. We're working very hard, as I've said several times tonight, to reduce our energy consumption, and we'll continue to do so as an authority, with or without the CRC commitment. To me, it doesn't act as an incentive because the incentive is not needed. You've heard statements in detail regarding that tonight already, as I've said. I'll also say, at a time when we're facing unprecedented budgetary pressures, that, in my view, for government to impose a significant financial burden via CRC on authorities like Derby City is far from helpful, really. So let's call this CRC commitment actually what it is, and it's a carbon tax. The challenge now, though, is to both work to reduce that liability as best we can within the resources available, and for us to continue to call on government to think again on this. Proposing to significantly, say, increase council resources, even if it was possible to do so in the current climate, in an attempt to fully meet the CRC commitment, in my view, wouldn't negate the bulk of the liability, nor would I believe that it would actually balance the cost of that increased investment anyway. However, I do recognise that we've got to continue to focus on reducing our CRC commitment or liability alongside proactive work and delivery of projects such as solar PV and, of course, the hydropower installation that is ongoing. So I can also confirm, actually, and this is important for people to understand, that, and I know that this was raised in the last budgetary round, there is a proposal to reduce the budget for the climate change team by a further £50,000 in the current budget round. Well, that isn't going to happen. That won't be reduced, and I think that's good news because I want their proactive work to continue and to reduce the council, schools and cities' energy consumption and carbon emissions. And I hope that work continues at a pace and has my support and the support of Cabinet colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Simon Bacon, it is your turn now for a question on household waste transfer site.
Thank you. Just in support of the first two questions, I'd like to say that Normanton really does need a really good clean-up because I visited on Sunday and it was the right state. Good evening, Councillor Poulter. Let's get the right side of the paper for a start. Right. Having paid hundreds of thousands of pounds towards construction of the household waste transfer site on the West Meadows Industrial Estate, it was revealed in recent months that the facility remained unused. Please can you clarify the site's current status in relation to its use?
Councillor?
Yes, good evening, Simon, and yes, I can clarify the situation, and I suspect you know that despite attempts over several months to resolve operational difficulties at Downing Road site, or in fact to be able to find alternative use, we have in actual fact been unable to find a satisfactory solution. RRS, our contractor, not the council, has in fact applied for planning permission to dismantle the building. This was always built as a temporary measure, and it was always intended that the council would reuse or sell the premises at some point in the future. Despite the fact that the building hasn't been used for the transfer of household waste, the councils haven't faced any additional costs whatsoever in terms of waste transfer fees, and we are paying no more in contractual costs as a result of this. No recyclable waste collected in Derby and the surrounding area will non-recyclable waste collected in Derby and the surrounding area will continue to be taken to the WRG site at Rainsway and at no further cost to the council either. The potential savings of this arrangement, together with the savings that RRS have made along the way, outweigh the costs of the Downing Road site construction, and there is no additional cost to council taxpayers as a result of not using this site.
Right, as a supplementary, I mean, obviously you expect the public to trust that the claims you've just made are true. Can you provide me with the written financial proof that by doing it at the Waste Recycling Group site, you have actually saved the hundreds of thousands of pounds that you've wasted on building a facility that's never been used?
Yes, I will evidence what I've said to you as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Dawn Foote, please. Your question on investments in arts organisations. Dawn, she's not there. Next question then was going to be from Mark Tilley. As I tried to explain earlier, you may not have heard.
No, Chair, that wasn't the position. The position was, as moved by Councillor Redfern, that if that person had asked beforehand that the Mayor read it out, or some other person, then he would. If they hadn't asked before, it was their discretion to the Mayor.
Councillor, we've got a constitution which we'll live by and run by, so we'll move on to the question that was submitted by... No, Councillor, you are disrupting the course of this business. Let it go. Let it go. Former Councillor Titley has stated that he's unable to attend and has asked for this question to be postponed to the next council meeting, which I've agreed to. The next question would have been put by Dorothy Skrytek, but as she has been removed from the building, I am advised that the question is not to be put, so we move on to Rebecca Stirrup to ask her question on establishing the city centre as a leisure, cultural and festival destination.
All economic entities require a reasonable level of investment in order to produce. In the cultural strategy, one of the economic aims is to establish the city centre as a leisure, cultural and festival destination. How does the Council expect members of the local arts community to contribute to this economic aim when the Council is so dramatically reducing its cultural investment in the city centre?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like most local authorities, we are in unprecedented times, and the Council's budgets are under severe pressure to find the reductions in funding from central government. In addition, increases in demand for adult social care and the safeguarding of children are further pressures which have to be met as statutory duties on the Council. We've already heard from other Cabinet members that difficult choices have had to be made right across the whole Council, and unfortunately, non-statutory services do have to be reviewed in that context. The Council will, however, continue to provide significant financial support for culture in the city, in areas such as Derby Live, the Museum and Art Gallery service, and a vibrant events programme, as well as I've already mentioned, next year's London 2012 activities. It's also being proposed that funding to cultural organisations is removed over several years, thereby giving time for these organisations to alter their operations, pursue new funding strategies and adapt to the change in funding, thereby helping to protect their future.
Do you have a supplementary, Rebecca?
Yeah. It doesn't matter how long you give those organisations, it's still going to make them suffer in the end. But anyway, it's about what those organisations provide for the city, and by taking away the funding, the economic investment they make in businesses isn't going to exist, the cultural events that they put on aren't going to exist. I want to know...
You have to put a supplementary question, not make statements.
I'd like to know how you expect them to carry on providing the events and community services for the city when there is just no support from you whatsoever.
Councillor.
This country and this council face unprecedented times. There are important decisions that we have got to make as the Cabinet in order to balance the budget, and we need to look at all the resources that we've got. We are committed to the consultation. I will be reviewing the things that have come in through the consultation process, and I can assure you that they will all be taken into consideration. I am a strong supporter of the arts, libraries, museums. I knew you'd laugh at that, but it's perfectly true. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to take the portfolio. we are in a consultation period. No decisions have been made one way or the other. And as I've already said, I will be reviewing all the submissions that have come in through that process and working with all our partners to ensure that we do have a cultural offer in the city.
What about using some of the 150 grand you intend to waste on the plane coming through next year?
Simon Bacon, will you put your second question, please, about changes to brown bin collections?
Right. Good evening again, Councillor Poulter. The Association for Organic Recycling indicates the following non-garden and food waste can still be composted to meet the PASS 100 scheme. The Association guidance based on the PASS 100 and A4 compost certification scheme rules allows the following paper and cardboard to be composted: paper tissues, paper napkins, paper towels, toilet rolls, kitchen rolls, cardboard tubes, egg boxes with labels removed, brown stroke plain corrugated cardboard, office white paper, shredded or unshredded, printed or unprinted, newspapers, compostable bags and liners, and compostable packaging. Why has the City Council allowed its waste treatment contractor, Vital Earth, to implement their own stronger waste standards, which now ban such materials from brown bin collections, which not only lead to higher disposal costs for the council, but also condemn whole waste streams to disposal via unsustainable landfill or your pet project of incineration?
Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Sir Simon, for the question and for the opportunity to further advertise the necessary changes. From the 6th of December, householders in Derby can recycle paper, paper napkins, paper towels along with shredded paper in the brown bin. Also, compostable bags and compostable liners can also go in the brown bin, along with the food waste as at present. Unshredded white paper, as well as newspapers, can still be put into the blue recycling bins, bags. The likes of toilet roll and kitchen roll, cardboard tubes can also be recycled in the new orange bags, along with egg boxes, plain brown and corrugated cardboard, and cartons and card trays. Derby's curbside recycling and composting collection scheme has thrived since its introduction in 2003 by ensuring, along with the right amount of containers, the council has made the system simple to understand for householders. Derby's residents have busy lives, and the act of disposing, recycling and composting of their waste should not unnecessarily add to those complications. Whilst there are still allowable items that could be, as you say, composted by the households in the brown bin, it is likely that significant amounts of printed cardboard would get into it, which is now not recommended. Allowing some types of cardboard in the brown bin and not other types would clearly be confusing to the residents and difficult for staff to manage. To quote from A4's recent national guidelines, paper and cardboard is not suitable to process in all composting facilities, and commingled types are especially challenging. They also say that in the light of these challenges, national advice to local authorities is that wherever possible, paper and cardboard are collected separately from green waste and food waste and not sent to composting. In the light of that guidance, we were forced to follow in discussions with our composting processor, Vital Earth, and a decision was taken by the Council Cabinet on the 21st of September to collect all cardboard currently collected in the brown bin separately as of the 6th of December. It's the Council's objective to capture as much cardboard for recycling as possible from the curbside, collecting it on the same day that the residents recycle the rest of their household waste. Everyone in Derby with a brown bin will soon be receiving their orange bags and information packs as to how to process the cardboard through the post. The costs of collecting cardboard separately will now be supported by the income that the Council will receive for the collected cardboard. At present, we don't receive any income for the cardboard as it is commingled with garden and food waste. All of this costs the council in the form of gate fee per tonne of brown bin waste delivered to Vital Earth. I am confident that the Derby's residents will continue to respond positively to the council's waste collection and recycling system by separately recycling their cardboard waste in the orange bag. In doing so, Derby is most likely to maintain its status as one of the best performing cities in England when it comes to recycling and composting. Additionally, by responding positively to the new quality standards for non-peat compost and separately collecting cardboard for recycling, the city will reduce its liability under the landfill tax allowance scheme over the next 18 months, as well as the potential additional landfill tax burden by not collecting the cardboard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Bacon, do you have a supplementary?
Before I ask my supplementary, you said an awful lot there. Can you just clarify firstly, are you saying that we will now be able to put paper in the brown bin?
What sort of paper, Simon?
Tissue paper, shredded paper?
Yes.
We will?
Yes.
Right, okay. As a supplementary then, has Vital Earth sort of backed off from their proposal then? Because they made it quite clear to me, the managing director, that no way any kind of paper products would be able to go in the brown bin and go to their facility.
Yes, we're going with the national standards, Simon.
So Vital Earth won't turn it away?
The next question was going to be put by Dawn Foote, but as she's not here, it can't be put. We move to item 7.
Mr. Mayor, is it possible for someone to put an indication that somebody would like to ask it on in terms of the interest of democracy? I'm suggesting
Councillor, you've had your response from the legal officer, and the answer is no. Sorry, sir, you're a member of the public.
Hold on.
Can I just say, before you speak, can I just say to the gentleman at the back, if you keep on interrupting this meeting, I'll have you removed. This is not the way democracy happens. You can have your right to speak, but you do it through the constitutional means. To this gentleman, public question is over, and you do not have any more right to speak at this meeting tonight.
However, Mr. Mayor...
However, we are moving on.
Mr. Mayor,
Item 7.
I haven't asked my supplemental question. I wasn't given the opportunity to ask my supplemental question, so I want to ask it now. Is that all right?
Well, you should have reminded me of that at the time. You've missed the opportunity. I'm sorry. Item 7, to receive written questions about the business or functions of the Derbyshire Police Authority.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. It is a new speaker to the council, and I don't think you offered him the opportunity and he wasn't aware of it. And I just think it would be graceful of you to allow the speaker to have the opportunity.
Councillor, I am advised that the opportunity was offered. I have made a decision. The number of times you criticise the decision will not change my decision. We are moving on. Item 7. To receive written questions about the business or functions of the Derbyshire Police Authority, Derbyshire Fire Authority and Derby Homes, and the answers to those questions. I have not received any. Has anyone else? No, there are none. 8, to receive written questions from non-council cabinet members to members of the council cabinet and the answers to those questions.
Mayor, you conduct a farce, an absolute farce.
The first question I have is from Councillor Nater to Councillor Skelton. Is that still the case, Councillor Nater? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question was supposed to have been asked some months ago, but we lost it in its way, so we finally made it here. Indian community groups in Derby have been asking me about the Indian Daycare Services project. I am aware that all the grant money has been added to a single pot for voluntary community groups to bid from. Could you please give an update and progress on how this is moving on?
Councillor Skelton, please.
Thank you, Councillor Nater. Last year we wrote to about a dozen Indian community voluntary and faith organisations about setting up a steering group for a preventative older Indian day services project. The aim of the group was to clearly establish a consensus amongst the community and an evidence-based need for a culturally appropriate preventative day service for the older Indian community. I felt this was vital because, as you know better than I do, the Indian community itself is diverse. So I wanted to test the feasibility of a single Indian day service being inclusive for all older Indian citizens of Derby. Disappointingly, we received only a couple of responses back and could not move the steering group on. Recently, this year, all grant funding was pulled, and we had a comprehensive grant bidding round for a variety of services. This grants round was widely publicised through local press, community action, council networks and meetings. Once again, surprisingly, no bids for an older Indian community day service were actually submitted by any existing or new community group. The only sensible conclusion one can reach from my experience is that either A, the need does not exist, B, it is being catered for already through existing informal and community provision, or C, there is no group of people from within the community actively seeking to take this forward as an inclusive service. I remain puzzled as to why community groups are approaching you about this now, given that they had very recently had a golden opportunity to submit proposals, but have not done so. However, I remain committed to accommodating any evidenced need for an inclusive, preventative, older Indian community day service. I'm happy to instruct my officers to meet with yourself and with groups that are approaching you to move this forward.
Councillor, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Mr Mayor. I do recall the letters being sent out, and it does surprise me that you only received a couple of replies back. But what's interesting is the current round where you've sent out the bits for people to apply to the pots of funding, and you're saying that we've had no replies from that?
Correct, absolutely no. We were absolutely astounded. But there we are. People had the opportunity, and it was quite well publicised. I don't know why they didn't apply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Dinser, I'm advised that other councillors are not allowed to engage in a debate over questions.
No
Is this
debates.
something different?
Under CP20,
Thank you.
I would like to refer this to the relevant Overall Scrutiny Commission, because what I've heard from the questioner and from the person who's answered the question, a well-orchestrated situation which is trying to write the story and a history of this process, which I don't recollect. So I would like to refer this matter to CP20, because there are clearly issues here about making accusations about what the interests of the Indian community in its diversity, which is what is one of the reasons for this letter going out to 12 organisations implied by Councillor Skelton. I know I've been involved in this. The councillors in Normanton Ward were the promoters of an Indian daycare service in Derby. And what I've just heard is an orchestrated plan to say something which is not true, and I'd like the Scrutiny Commission to actually investigate this.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm advised that that has to go to the vote straight away. So those in favour of Councillor Dinser's proposal, indicate now, please. And those against? The rest must be abstaining. I didn't get the figure voting for. 20 voting for. So that motion is carried and it will be referred. Thank you, Councillor. The next question I have is from Councillor Tuplin to Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Poulter. Could you please tell Council exactly what percentage of the contents of our blue bins is actually recycled?
Evening, Councillor Tuplin. Yes, I can. During 2010-11, the City Council collected 9,674 tonnes of commingled glass, plastic, steel and aluminium cans from blue bins presented by Derby's residents. 370 tonnes of materials was rejected at the materials recycling facility at Victoria Road. This means that over 96% of the materials collected from blue bins during that year was actually recycled. The same applies in the period between April and September, the first 6 months of this year. This level of contamination is within the tolerance of up to 5%, which the Waste Resources Action Programme considers to be reasonable for commingled materials processed at materials recycling facilities. Derby recycles some 48% of its waste, making it one of the best performing city councils in the country. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary to that, Councillor Tuplin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be possible for interested members of this council to follow a blue bin from curbside on its journey to recycling?
Absolutely, Councillor. Yes, by all means, we'll contact the Street Pride or me, and we'll certainly arrange that.
Thank you.
Councillor Higginbotham, you have a question to Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Poulter, I'm going to make the assumption that because you were previously a police officer, that you are more than aware of the notoriety of Mark Eaton Park toilets.
Dangerous to assume anything, that is, Lisa. Absolutely very dangerous.
I'm going to assume that because I believe most people in Derby are aware of the notoriety of Mark Eaton Park toilets. So I want to know why you've instructed officers to reopen them against the advice of the police, local community groups, the local residents association. What are you playing at?
Thank you for the question, Lisa. Your assumption is right. I was a police officer, and I do know of something of the history in relation to these toilets. And for your information, I was also brung and bred at Mackworth, so I do know the area quite well. Mark Eaton Park currently has public toilets available at the Mundy Play Centre and in the Craft Village, but nothing at the southern end of the park, which is also the location of the main car park and main entrance where most people enter and leave the park. The reopening of these toilets at Ashbourne Road side on the Ashbourne Road side of the park will address this issue. As the busiest of Derby's parks, this is also home to many major events and attracts visitors from beyond the city's boundaries. The public should reasonably expect an adequate level of public toilet provision at Mark Eaton Park. And that's why we're reopening the toilets.
Councillor, do you have a supplementary?
I certainly have.
Please.
Where is the extra money going to come from for the policing of those toilets?
I don't know that there's going to be a need for policing of these toilets because we're going to be very careful with the opening hours. The opening hours at this facility will be carefully controlled, and that we will ensure that they will be available as and when necessary to users of the park. Usage will be clearly monitored and controlled. We're now much better placed to address any such difficulties should they start to reoccur through the Community Safety Partnership and the Safer Neighbourhood teams. Ultimately, antisocial behaviour of a tiny minority of users should and will not be allowed to deny all the park's users their basic need to toilet facilities.
So you don't think there's a policing issue, for the record?
Councillor Nater, you have a question for Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're currently having a Labour Voice leaflet being delivered in Blaygreaves Ward, claiming concerns about the proposal that the local studies library is moving into Blaygreaves Library. Can you confirm that the local library is not moving into Blaygreaves site?
Councillor Jones.
Although we have demonstrated that relocating the local studies library to Blaygreaves Lane would be workable and affordable, the consultation with service users and stakeholders has clearly shown that they would prefer it to remain in the city centre. I have therefore instructed officers to renew their search for a city centre location, and as a result we are currently actively considering the possibility of converting and extending a building that is already in council ownership. The feasibility study was commissioned yesterday, and I hope to have received a costed report on the building's suitability by the end of January.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
I do, Mr Mayor. Councillor Jones, you've known how people in the area and throughout the city have voiced their concerns about not citing the Studies Library at Bladereeves Library, because it's not suitable. We have our surgeries there, and there was problems in terms of... Carry on. Carry on. Go on then. Go on. Go on. Yes, so could I just say that, the Studies Library, it does need to be, located centrally so people can use it and it's accessible to everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Sandhu, you have a question for Councillor Skelton. Councillors, can we conduct the debate through the chair and not across the chamber, please? Councillor Sandhu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What are you doing to ensure the volunteer sector in Derby that provides an invaluable care service for many elderly and less able residents across the city continue to get the required support from Derby City Council?
Councillor Skelton.
Thank you for your question. I'm actually the chair of the Compact Forum, and therefore the stability of the sector is of particular importance to me. I'm aware of the many excellent care services the sector provides for the city's residents. Needless to say, I value the relationship the Council has with the voluntary sector. Consecutive administrations have worked hard to ensure a compact agreement and commissioning framework is in place with the sector. In addition to having a robust framework in place to work with the sector, members will be aware that we have recently awarded £2.3 million in grant aid to the sector. The largest share of this is to organisations that support vulnerable people. There is also significant further investment through directly commissioned services from the voluntary sector in Derby. A further round of small grants funding is planned for the sector in the new year. Given the very challenging economic climate we are facing, I am satisfied that Cabinet has managed to protect many discretionary voluntary sector support services through these difficult times.
Councillor Sandhu, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Please go.
So why then you have decided to completely remove funding to so many lunching clubs across the city, depriving hundreds of elderly residents of a much needed and socially important activity? And will you give me a commitment to meet the representatives from these groups to discuss their plight?
Councillor.
Well, with regard to lunch clubs, I don't think there are now any lunch clubs within the city who actually need to receive a subsidy, because when some years ago they were all told, look, we really need you to be charging a reasonable amount for the food provided. We said a reasonable charge would be £2.50 per person. All those organisations that actually have implemented that, and I think now all have just managed to do that. There were a few that it'll be this year that they will have implemented that, and all of them have been able to cover their costs. That has been demonstrated. When we actually look at when people make applications, we actually do a detailed look at all their costs, their rent, if they have to pay a chef or anything like that, and we actually look at their costs, look at their numbers of people that they're regularly getting to their day service, and make the calculations appropriately. And all of them, I can tell you, are able to meet those costs. without having a subsidy from us?
No, they're not.
Thank you,
None of them is.
Councillor,
Since you cut the poor funding, none of them is.
You've put your supplementary, thank you. Councillor Nater to Councillor Hickson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Hickson. We currently have a Labour Voice leaflet being delivered in Blaegreaves, claiming how the Labour group have campaigned to save jobs at Bombardier. It also states that the coalition gave the Thameslink contract to Germany's Siemens. Whilst we are clear that 2 contracts were thrown to offshore companies, the first Hitachi and Siemens were Labour's doing. First, I would like to thank all the residents of Blaegreaves Ward and everywhere else for signing my petition to save jobs at Bombardier. Can you, Councillor Hickson, as leader of the council, let the council and members and the residents of Derby know what you and the council has done to save the jobs at Bombardier?
Councillor Hickson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nater will be well aware that myself and other leading members of the council have been heavily engaged with Bombardier and other partners in fighting to save the jobs at Bombardier and the very future of the company itself. This has had full cross-party support, including a great deal of commitment from my fellow party leaders on the council. So I'm not clear where this Labour Voice leaflet has come from. Our specific activities on behalf of Bombardier have been as follows: lobbying government ministers and key civil servants and others involved in the procurement process, the train delegation of 200 Bombardier people and partners to London on the 7th of September to lobby the Transport Select Committee, and meetings with Philip Hammond when he was Secretary of State for Transport, and more recently Theresa Villiers, Minister of State for Transport. We've had meetings in Berlin, meetings in London and Derby with the European President of Bombardier and his recent replacement, Laurent Troget. We've also made representations to government regarding the future procurement process for all rail goods and services. On the matter specifically of government procurement, our lobbying has been successful in persuading government that the future procurement processes should be changed, so that the social and economic impacts of procurement decisions should be taken into account in evaluating bids. Had this been in place at the time of the Thameslink decision, and indeed its predecessor, the IEP contract won by Hitachi, then we would not have been in the position of having to lobby on behalf of Bombardier, because I am convinced that Bombardier would have won both contracts. Bombardier themselves acknowledge that the lobbying that has been undertaken by the council...
Councillor Hickson, could I just ask you to pause a moment? Councillor Banwaiti is putting point of order.
Yes, point of order, Chair, under CP 62, point of explanation. As the council leader has acknowledged the Labour Voice, in fact, was referring to over 50,000 signatures collected by the Labour Party in Derby. That's the point of order. 50,000 signatures collected in the support of Bombardier.
Councillor, under the Constitution, will you tell me what the point of order is? There was none. Thank you.
Look, Chair, I'll say it again. On the personal explanation, we're referring to the 50,000 signatures that were collected by the Labour Party in support of the workers in Bombardier. Thank you, Chair.
Sit down, Councillor. Councillor Hickson, please carry on.
On the matter of government procurement, Mr. Mayor, our lobbying has been successful in convincing government that future procurement processes should be changed so that social and economic impacts of procurement decisions must be taken into account in evaluating future bids. Had this been in place at the time of Thameslink, and indeed its predecessor, the IEP contract won by Hitachi, then we would not have been in the position of having to lobby on behalf of Bombardier, because I am convinced that Bombardier would have won both contracts. Bombardier themselves acknowledge that the lobbying that has been undertaken by the Council and its wider partners has had a direct bearing on the government's announcement that they are to discuss other work for Bombardier that could enable them to retain their presence in Derby and therefore in the UK. In particular, we've been discussing the retrofit of the Voyager train for Arriva TransPennine services and the bringing forward of a contract to produce 120 new cars for Southern Trains, which would be Electrostar cars, which is an existing Bombardier product. These two contracts would enable Bombardier to retain their engineering design expertise in Derby. I now await early meetings with Sir Neville Sims, who will become chairman of Bombardier Transportation UK when Colin Walton retires at the end of the year, and Peter Roberts, who's an internal promotion within the company and who will become the Chief Operating Officer. Both of these people will have direct responsibility for the Derby operations, and I want to be in discussions with them as early as I possibly can. I remain fully committed to supporting Bombardier and the wider rail industry in Derby, as do my fellow party leaders and the wider Derby Renaissance Board. We will continue to both lobby and work at helping Bombardier to procure work, enabling it to retain its presence in the city. I am at a meeting with the Prime Minister at Downing Street tomorrow and will continue to emphasise the need for an early decision on the two contracts that I've referred to.
Is there a supplementary, Councillor?
Yes, Mr Mayor, there is. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive report, Councillor Hickson. I do recall myself and Councillor Jones and the rest of my team at our conference lobbying Vince Cable, and I certainly know Councillor Jones had meetings with Phil Hammond and everything.
Councillor, can we have the question?
Yeah. Oh, right. Would you actually, Councillor Hickson, would you be aware who actually signed the Thameslink contract documents?
Well, I presume that you mean, Councillor Nater, the original invitations to tender.
Yes.
They were signed off by the previous Labour administration. I believe the minister who signed them was Ruth Kelly.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Elwyn, and a question to Councillor Skelton, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Skelton. Does the Council think it desirable or fair that funding for a 3-year course should be granted to mature students with a signed agreement between them and the Council, only for the Council to withdraw 2 years of that funding without even informing the students?
Councillor Skelton.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. The local authority does not fund mature students. Compulsory education ends at 16 years of age or 18 years of age if students choose to continue their education after this statutory period. The funding for 16 to 18-year-olds is provided through a separate funding stream by the Department for Education. In the case of students in Derby, this money is given to the East Midlands Young People's Learning Agency, who administer the funding. Post-18 students may choose to go to college after this age or enter adult learning provision, in which case the student has to pay themselves unless they are in receipt of benefits.
You have a supplementary, Councillor?
Well, I do, and I actually have one of those agreements for a mature student to have the full funding for the course. You're quite welcome to have it.
Can we have the supplementary question, please?
Right, okay. Well, my supplementary is about these mature students who I can assure you have been granted the full amount for the university course. But I'll give you my supplementary. So you're asking these part-time working students with families, mortgages and increasingly higher household bills to fund their university fees for a course they would not have signed up for unless they had been granted the full amount, to get a qualification that was imposed by law so that every early years setting employs a graduate.
Well, obviously, you have the benefit of knowing exactly who these people are. You've talked to them, and I haven't. It would have been very helpful if you'd actually, at the time when this came up, actually made contact with myself or the officers concerned.
I did.
Well, you certainly didn't contact me.
No, I didn't, but I contacted early years where this has come from.
I've certainly been told that you hadn't mentioned any individual to any officers.
I have.
But
I have been to the office.
Please, obviously you said you'd let me have this information. I will very happily look into it, and if anything has gone awry, then we can put it right.
Right. Right, so if I give you this then, Councillor Skelton.
Either give me after the meeting, give me all the information, and I will look into it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Dinser, you have a question to Councillor Holmes.
Councillor Holmes. I wrote to you on the 31st of October 2011 about the Council's budget proposals to remove all air quality monitoring, including in air quality monitoring areas such as those in my ward in Normanton. The residents in my ward and others are concerned about the negative impact this could have on their health and those of future generations. I, in line with many other groups in Derby, ask that this proposal be withdrawn. Can I thank you for responding to my letter on the 14th of November 2011, indicating that you had asked officers to review the proposal and, in particular, to look at whether a reduced level of monitoring could be continued in the future, and that you were awaiting a report. Now, I'm not sure whether you had answered this question in an earlier question from members of the public, but can I ask whether you have received this report and whether you will be considering withdrawing this negative proposal?
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. I haven't, because Dorothy wasn't able to ask it, so I've hastily added what I was going to say. So, the inclusion of a proposal to cease routine air quality monitoring within the budget consultation was as a direct result of DEFRA's decision not to award air quality grant funding to Derby City Council in 2011. This grant has been made available annually by the government, and Derby has received this funding ever since it was introduced. In Derby, the funding has been used to provide and maintain air quality monitoring equipment and materials, and to commission specialist reports. The withdrawal of this funding creates a funding gap for the Council at a time when it has to find substantial savings to balance its budget. The Council will still have a duty to report on air quality, even if local monitoring ceases. Such reporting would need to rely upon a combination of historical data, local historical data, current national and regional data, modelling, and other relevant data relating to traffic and other impacts. Now, during the budget consultation, I've received a number of responses about this proposal, as you know, all very supportive of continuing some level of air quality monitoring within the city. Again, as you say, I asked officers to review the proposal and identify a sustainable level of monitoring that could be contained within existing budgets. I've now received a revised proposal that includes the retention of the following: NOx diffusion tubes associated with the air quality management areas along the Outer Ring Road and the A52 at Spondon, one real-time NOx monitor on the Outer Ring Road, and the PM10 monitoring station at Sinfin whilst air quality management area is in place. The retention of this routine monitoring will be funded by savings made elsewhere within regulatory services. These changes will not affect specific air quality monitoring that may be required in relation to any new development established within the city. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can you confirm, Councillor Holmes, that the initial funding provided by central government to actually kickstart air quality monitoring was by the previous government, and that you will do whatever possible to make sure that we get the maximum outcomes out of this reinstatement of funding, which I welcome?
I certainly think I've already given you that reassurance. What I can tell you, though, is the reality is that the DEFRA funding is no longer available to us, and we have to live within our means under that. I think I've demonstrated that I listened to views on this issue as part of the consultation process, and I've reached what I believe to be a balanced and considered compromise to continue a certain level of air quality monitoring within the significant restraints that we face. Of course, my door is always open, and I would welcome you to speak with me further should you have any more queries.
I look forward to the details, and I'll respond accordingly.
Thank you.
Councillor Dinser, you now have a question to Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The production of the Derby Plan and Delivery Strategy was undertaken through a comprehensive consultation process by the City Council. Leading arts organisations such as Quad, DIDA and Surtal Arts played an important role in this process in a spirit of partnership working. Why then, only a few weeks later, was a decision taken by the Council to make such drastic and potentially devastating cuts to the arts, culture and voluntary sector organisations and infrastructure, including, as indicated earlier, through the City Council's staff? What does this say about the City Council's commitment to partnership working and attracting inward economic development and investment?
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Councillor Dinser. The Council is fully committed to consultation and partnership working, and this will continue to be our approach. Can I thank Councillor Dinser for confirming that our approach to the consultation was comprehensive in the creation of the Derby Plan, and also remind him that we are equally committed to consulting on the budget, because it is only a proposal at the moment. It is not a final decision. As you well know, it's got to come to full council. So we will look at the consultation and we will understand the impacts of the proposals before any final decisions are made. All members know that Council faces very difficult decisions in the current financial climate, but I can assure you we continue to be committed to partnership working and inward investment. And we've already heard that we are very committed to inward investment and securing jobs. The leader's already made that quite clear.
Supplementary, Councillor?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jones, your answers previously about the strategy took only a few seconds in terms of what came out of that, but I know there's much more detail there. However, making decisions 3 weeks after comprehensive contributions from partner organisations around what we could do in terms of culture and voluntary sector strategy in the city does not take sufficiently into account, in my view, and do you agree, of Quad getting at least £8 for every £1 invested in it, by it, and Surtalas, for example, £6 for every £1 invested. These are great inward investment opportunities. They are being squandered by some of the decisions which have been flagged up now and will be actually planned over the next 2 to 3 years. Do you think you should reconsider some of these drastic options and support the arts, culture, organisations in Derby who have eloquently spoken today about some of the concerns they have and how it doesn't always stack up in the way that you've taken decisions so far?
Councillor?
As I've already said, I am well aware that there have been quite a number of submissions to the proposals, and they are just proposals. They still have to be considered by Cabinet, they still have to be debated in full council. I will be looking at all the submissions that I have received, and as I've said, there are quite a few of them. I can only repeat that we are in dire financial times. We are facing further big budget reductions, and each department within this council has to take their share. Of course, we will look to make sure that it's fair, and I will look to be doing everything I possibly can to protect the bits of my portfolio. But we need to do it in a way that is quite fair across the council. But again, it's a decision that hasn't been made yet.
Councillor Lindsay, your third question to Councillor Skelton, please.
This will be my final one, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. The City Council has a well-established track record in assessing the equality impact of strategic decisions it makes in delivering services and allocating funds to benefit the city's groups and citizens. Why was this compromised in the consultation process that led to the decision to make massive cuts to the voluntary sector in the city's budget setting, grants allocation and strategy formulation in this area?
Councillor Skelton.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Dinser. I have to say you have been completely misinformed. Equality impact assessments have been undertaken at every stage of the voluntary sector proposals. the Cabinet report on the 12th of April 2011, approving the grant aid strategy, had an accompanying EIA, and the report setting out funding recommendations on the 27th of September 2011 was accompanied with an EIA. Furthermore, the Council is still in consultation with groups that have not secured long-term funding. A further EIA is in compilation, which will be presented to Cabinet on the 21st of February 2012 with a final decision report. Cabinet is very mindful of its public sector general equality duty as set out in section 149 of the Equality Act 2010. Cabinet would not make any final decision in relation to strategic or service recommendations without due regard for equality impact issues.
Supplementary, Councillor?
Yes, please. Councillor Skelton, why is it then that the Compact Forum that you earlier stated that you chair, and many organisations attending that, have continually raised concerns about the process that was set up before the strategy formulation, which set the criteria and the priorities for the City Council in terms of how it allocates funds, had concerns raised, and secondly, as a result, after the decision or the proposal were put publicly and approved through the process and going to be confirmed later, that a more comprehensive equality impact assessment is having to be undertaken now and has stipulated by central government for the decisions that have been made where cuts of 100% or more or nearly 80% have been made to organisations.
Councillor Skelton, can you pick a question out of that?
I think so. Just to really reiterate that the stage we are at the moment of doing further, more detailed equality impact assessments on those particular organisations where a decision previously in September was not made to actually give funding. The decision on those organisations was to continue consulting with them. Obviously, you have to go into a lot more detail on those equality impact assessments to make sure you have exhaustively looked at everything, just to make sure that you're not overlooking something. And that's what is being done at the moment. And obviously, the results of those will be presented to Cabinet in February.
Thank you, Councillor. We now move on to item 9 on the Constitution. To consider the minutes as printed. Would you allow me to add to the motion the omission of the words at the end of the sentence and the 22nd of November? Are we agreed on that? Thank you. So I move the motion to approve the above minute and recommendation of the Council Cabinet of the 18th of October 2011 and the 22nd of November. Those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Item 10, to consider the following minutes and recommendations of the Governance Committee dated the 11th of November 2011, requiring the approval of the Council. Under the item 5.11, would you also allow me to remove all the words after acting returning officer, as I understand there has been agreement on the best option for polling district A and 7. All agreed? Thank you. Moving to the motion then. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 11, to consider the following minutes and recommendation of the Audit and Accounts Committee. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. We'll carry on. Item 11, to consider the following minute and recommendation of the Audit and Accounts Committee dated 29th of September 2011, requiring the approval of the Council. Those in favour? Thank you. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 12, to consider a report of the Strategic Director of Resources relating to a revision of the Employee Code of Conduct. Councillor Barker.
Yes, Mr Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to move an amendment to this proposal, please. I've got a copy of it here for the officer.
Is there a seconder to your amendment? Councillor Wood, thank you.
As amended, Chair, by the proposal, the motion would read to refer the revised Employee Code of Conduct to the Scrutiny Management Commission for further comment or revision prior to it being formally adopted by the Council.
Would you like to speak in favour of that motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, if I may. I want to try and keep it brief for brevity of the evening. Quite simply, as the officer just said, I would, the benefit of this proposal would in actual fact send it to the Scrutiny Management Commission for further scrutiny, in view of the fact that, having read through it in some detail, and that is the revised Employee Code of Conduct, whilst I note that it has been put to the equality impact assessment, there does seem to be a lack, in my opinion, of some further detail and references to current legislation that impacts upon employees. And so, therefore, in order to obtain a fair and robust policy for our employees, I ask that the matter goes before scrutiny, and I will put my views to them in relation to where I think there's some problems. I move.
Councillor Wood, do you want a second? Reserve your right, thank you. Are there any other speakers on the motion? Councillor Bayliss?
We'd support the amendment, Mr Mayor, so we move to the vote.
Those in favour, please indicate. That's clearly carried, thank you. We don't need to go to a substantive now, do we? Item 13, to consider a report of the Monitoring Officer relating to proposed changes in the procedure for public and member questions at council meetings, Council Procedure Rules 11 to 31. The motion is printed before you. I understand Councillor Wood is going to move.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I move the motion as printed.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Jennings, thank you. Are you speaking to the motion, Councillor Wood, or are we going to debate?
I would merely say that this has had cross-party support by all members of the MSG. Therefore, I move it as printed rather than delay matters. But if there is debate, I reserve the right to reply.
Thank you. Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, we support most of the suggestions in this report. There's one thing that we take some issue with, and it's the removal of public questions from the council budget setting meeting. We're quite in agreement in terms of members being denied that right because they've had the opportunity to scrutinise the budget over a long time and ask questions, but we think members of the public should be allowed to ask questions, and as we are agreeing a new procedure, hopefully it will take less than 30 minutes in the future. So I'd like to move an amendment to that effect.
You have a seconder for your amendment, Councillor Banwaite.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's a satisfactory amendment. The effect is if members look at the motion, they'll see there's two parts to it. As Councillor Bayliss has said, that the amendment just removes all of the second part.
That's actually not quite true, Mr. Leslie. All I've said is remove the bit about members. So actually it would read to support the removal of member questions at the budget, etc. But the effect is so the members won't ask a question, but the public can. That's the point of debate. Quite happy to move to the vote if we want to move on that one.
Please, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we should support the amendment. The purpose of the December meeting is extra meeting of the Council, purely for the purpose of setting the budget. It's normal at that meeting not to have public or member questions. It's an additional meeting. The scheduled meetings of the Council in January and March will continue as normal, which will attract public and member questions. This is an extra one put in purely for the purpose of setting the budget.
Councillor Nater.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our group will not be supporting it. I think Councillor Hickson has made it sound perfectly clear. It was an additional date. That's why the date went in. I've always supported public question time. I always will. But in this case, it was a special meeting that was put in place, so we will not support the amendment.
Chair, I think there's some misunderstanding.
Can we just let the monitoring officer give a point of clarification?
This motion is generally about how the Constitution is going to be changed in the future in relation to future meetings. It is not specifically about the December meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Banwaite.
Mr. Mayor, the Liberal Democrats and the Tories on this council continue to make these own goals, and we are trying to do them a big favour here. We are about to make decisions which are going to see wholesale services that the public of Derby cherish, and we've seen many of them cited today in public questions, are going to be absolutely devastating. The public have a right to come along to this council meeting and ask their questions. That's democracy, and I really don't know why this administration is fearful of that. So, you know, if we do cherish democracy, and it's not just a sham, and I have to say, you know, I've seen a lot of them from both the Tories and the Liberal Democrats the last couple of years. You know, if you're going to make those decisions, give the public their opportunity. You'll gain a lot of credit. There's no point saying, on the one hand, we respect the people of Derby and we're consulting them and we're doing this, and we've heard all sorts of rhetoric from both the leader and the deputy. If we're really going to have some credibility with the public of Derby, then we should allow them that opportunity. It's not a big ask, really. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the Labour group are being deliberately obtuse on this matter. There is absolutely no precedent for public questions at any budget-setting meeting that I've ever attended in past years. I think we're getting mixed up because we're having an extra meeting. It doesn't matter whether it's an extra meeting or contained within a normal meeting. There is absolutely no precedent for public questions being held at the budget-setting meeting.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to pick up on a point that Councillor Jennings just mentioned. He said there's been no precedent for allowing members of the public to speak at budget-setting meetings. All we've heard tonight from the Leader and the Deputy is how we're in unprecedented times. Surely that's a reason for us to allow those public questions and allow those members of the public that have got genuine concerns about the budget to be able to ask those questions and hold this council to account.
Councillor Webb.
Mr. Mayor, can you enlighten me? Are we talking about motion 13, document 13, or are we talking about the motion down as motion number 4 on the motions to council?
At the moment, Councillor, we're talking about item 13, and the amendment is around the second paragraph to that motion.
And the amendment now reads, to support the removal of public and member questions at the Budget Setting Council meeting.
I'll ask the Monitoring Officer to read you the revised...
Thank you, because as far as I'm concerned, we have two separate issues here. We have the change in the Constitution, which is a basic change in the Constitution, and then we have a motion that is moved and seconded about the meeting on December the 15th, which will be the budget meeting.
Mr. Leslie.
That's under discussion now relates to all future council meetings and all future council budgets. And so the proposal is, if you, I think, usefully clarify this now, if you look at the second part of that motion, it will, if Councillor Bayliss's amendment is passed, it will read, to support the removal of members' questions at the budget setting council meeting. So it will allow public questions still to be asked at budget meetings in the future,
well,
if that amendment is passed.
Can the monitoring officer then explain why we go out to budget consultation, of which the budget consultation this year finished on November the 18th, if I'm not mistaken, and that was the opportunity for members of the public to raise any issues that they wished over the budget proposals that are being brought forward to the future budget meeting on November the 15th. So there has been no curtailing of public consultation. There has been no curtailing of any of the voices of the public as far as the consultation process goes. Any budget meeting will be preceded by a budget consultation, and that consultation will be over a period of time, and that gives then the final proposals for the budget to be debated by councillors, usually, and I have never known public questions at a budget meeting, and I am probably the longest serving councillor in the assembly rooms this evening. I have never known public questions at a budget setting meeting. It has always been for the purpose of setting the budget so that we can debate as councillors all the issues that relate to the budget, including the comments that have been made by the public, by our constituents, by businesses and by interested parties. So in that case, I would not support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Roberts, you wanted to speak.
Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, I think the issue that Councillor Webb has just raised is not quite the right issue. Yes, of course, the consultative process has been there. Yes, we have had businesses and we've had various scrutiny management commissions and various commissions to look at the budget, and people did have the opportunity to come. What you have to remember is the uniqueness of the questioning opportunity that members of the public have in this venue, and that is that you can put your question to the full body of this council, knowing that your voice will be heard by the full council. When you go to smaller, more intimate meetings, perhaps, you may well put a much better question and you may get a fairer hearing, because perhaps sometimes we're not as fair to the public as we could be. But it does give people the opportunity to make their question in the full council. I think that's important. That does give an indication of the democratic process right across the piece. And for that reason only, I will support the amendment and I think that Councillor Webb's argument is flawed in two cases. One I've just explained, and I do believe the other one is that Councillor Bolton is the father of this House and not Councillor Webb. Thank you.
I've no other indications of councillors wanting to speak, so we'll move to the vote on the amendment. So it's a recorded vote. Those in, well, we'll just take the vote as your name is read out. Sorry.
Would councillors please indicate when I call their name if they are for or against the motion, the amendment? Councillor Afzal. Councillor Allen, the Mayor. Councillor Ashburner. Councillor Atwall. Councillor Bailey. Councillor Banwaite. Councillor Barker. Councillor Bayliss. Councillor Bolton. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Graves. Councillor Harwood. Councillor Hickson. Councillor Higginbottom. Councillor Hillier. Councillor Holmes. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Ingle. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jones. Councillor Keith. Councillor Jahangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Leeming. Councillor Marshall. Councillor Nater. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Radford. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Redfern. Councillor Repton. Councillor Richards. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Russell. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Shankar. Councillor Skelton. Councillor Troop. Councillor Tuplin. Councillor Webb. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Fay Winter. Councillor Linda Winter. Councillor Wood. For the Amendment 22, against the Amendment 24.
Thank you, councillors. The amendment is lost. We now move to the substantive, which is as written on your order paper. Councillor Wood, you have the right to speak.
Briefly, to claim my right of reply, I welcome the fact that the entire council appears to be in favour of the first part of the motion, because nobody has debated that. On the point of equality, I don't think we should refer to Councillor Bolton as father of the council. Perhaps in these days she should be referred to as parent of the council. I have a unique claim in that I have been a member of this council in 5 different decades, which I don't believe anybody has done before. That doesn't mean I have been a continuous councillor for 50 years, because I would have to have started when I was 9 years old. What it has taught me, however, is that control of this council changes from time to time, and you have to be careful in opposition what you wish for. And we, one day, if I live long enough, will remind perhaps a future Labour administration, should that dark day ever happen, of what they wished for on this evening, and perhaps move the sort of amendment they did this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the unamended motion as printed.
Those in favour? Against? Clearly carried, thank you. Item 14 on your agenda paper, to consider a report of the Director of Legal and Democratic Services relating to a designation of public places order for Mackworth. I understand Councillor Higginbotham is going to propose. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I'd like to move the motion as printed and thank all of the officers that were involved because it's been a long, long job. Thank you.
I understand Councillor Tuplin is going to second. Thank you. Do we need to go to debate or can we go straight to the... Are you going to speak, Councillor Tuplin?
I'm happy to move to the vote.
Move to the vote then. Those in favour? That looks like NEMCOM. Thank you. Item 15 on the order paper, to consider a report of the monitoring officer relating to the appointment of Mr Peter Berry to Spondon Relief in Need. Are you moving, Councillor Poulter?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Briefly, just to say that my former colleague at Spondon and now Mr Berry at Spondon has been a long-standing member of this committee, actively engaged. He's more than willing and welcome to, on behalf of the committee, to continue in that role. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Jennings, are you seconding? Thank you. Councillor Bayliss.
Very quickly, Mr Mayor, we support this and I move to the vote.
Those in favour? That's agreed, thank you. Item 16 on the motion paper, Councillor Rawson to move, Councillor Redfern to second. Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've brought this motion this evening, Mr Mayor, because I'm extremely concerned about the future of our NHS. Members will be aware that the government are currently taking through Parliament the Health and Social Care Bill. This, in my view, will lead to fragmentation and eventually the breakup of the NHS, which will be extremely damaging to patient care for Derby residents. The bill's currently at committee stage in the House of Lords, so it's made significant progress, unfortunately, towards becoming law, but it's not too late for the government to think again. This motion calls on the Leader and the Cabinet Member to write to the Prime Minister and Deputy Clegg to oppose the bill, and I'll explain why I'm asking members of the Council to back this motion. Firstly, the bill brings wholesale competition into the NHS. The regulator monitor will be able to enforce competition law in the NHS for the first time. This will potentially open up the entire NHS for private companies to take over. The intention of Conservative ministers is to create a market in healthcare similar to that which we have for utilities and railways. Competition, Mr Mayor, is allegedly to promote choice, increase standards and drive down costs. But we only have to look at our gas and electricity bills to know that this isn't always the case. The big companies make their pricing structures so complex it's too confusing to change supplier. They increase their prices all at the same time and transfer you to a call centre abroad if you complain, while all the time gas and electricity bills spiral in cost. Competition, Mr Mayor, isn't the magical answer to all ills, which the Tories would have us believe, and it's completely inappropriate when applied to our National Health Service. Integration of NHS services and cooperation would be out. Competition would be in. But how will the care pathway work for patients if different providers are trying to compete and undermine each other in order to gain more business? The changes being made will mean that European competition law will apply to the NHS for the first time. Given the problems encountered by Bombardier, Do we really want to extend these same rules to our health service? The NHS works because staff cooperate and work together in the best interests of the patient. Competition would introduce a completely different dynamic into the relationships between different parts of the NHS. This bill has the potential to pick the NHS apart and undo decades of progress in getting health services integrated together. The NHS should be based, Mr. Mayor, on the principle of cooperation and not competition. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, the bill abolishes the private patient income cap. This means that cash-strapped hospitals will be able to admit as many private patients as they choose, even if this is detrimental to NHS patients. At the moment, a cap exists on the number of private patients to ensure that hospitals treat NHS patients quickly and fairly. Massive savings are required to be made by the NHS over coming years. Derby Hospitals Foundation Trust, for example, has to make savings of £20 million this year alone. In these circumstances, how can it be argued that hospitals will turn away private patients as a source of desperately needed income? By cutting budgets, the government is actually forcing hospitals into taking more and more private patients in order to make their budgets balance. NHS patients, Mr. Mayor, will see longer waiting times as private patients push to the front of the queue. This threatens a core value of the NHS, that access is based on need rather than ability to pay. Thirdly, Mr. Mayor, the bill paves the way for much greater privatisation within the NHS. The bill encourages any qualified provider to bid for NHS services. Over time, I believe it is the government's wish that the NHS is privatised by stealth, because they know they could never get approval from the British public if they were open about it. The NHS is a trusted national institution, and people want to keep it that way. There are big questions over how quality will be checked and who decides if a company is qualified to undertake complex medical procedures. And yet, Mr. Mayor, the use of the private sector more widely threatens another fundamental core value of the NHS, that patient care comes first, above everything else. With shareholders demanding a decent return, the profit motive will inevitably replace patient care as the overriding priority. This cannot be right for what we want for our NHS. The Tory idea, Mr. Mayor, that public is always bad and private is always good, has been fundamentally undermined in recent years by the behaviour of the banks. Closer to this debate on the NHS is the scandal of Winterbourne View and how the private company Southern Cross was spectacularly mismanaged, putting at risk the care of thousands of vulnerable people and causing massive upset and distress to its residents. The same thing could happen on a massive scale in a privatised NHS. It opens the possibility of hospitals, GPs or other healthcare providers going bankrupt, leaving gaps in our health provision and leaving patients high and dry with no local services. There have been amendments to the bill, Mr. Mayor. None have changed the substance to any great degree. However, the Secretary of State will still have responsibility for the NHS, something that ministers had wanted to wash their hands of. A publicly funded health service should be democratically accountable through the Secretary of State to Parliament. Attempts to address transparency and patient involvement have failed miserably, merely creating new and enhanced bureaucratic quangos such as Healthwatch, Monitor and the NHS Commissioning Board. As far as the bill goes, Mr Mayor. I can see that it does fit with Conservative ideology. So I'd expect Conservative members to defend the bill this evening to the hilt and come up with all sorts of reasons why I'm wrong. But it does seem to me, Mr Mayor, that Liberal Democrats nationally have been duped into supporting this bill by their Tory masters. It was in neither of the coalition parties' manifestos. Actually, the Conservative Party manifesto committed itself to doing exactly the opposite. No more top-down reorganisation, I seem to remember from somewhere. But hey, I suppose you have to make compromises in coalition. But why are the Liberal Democrats supporting this bill? I know of individual Liberal Democrat members who don't believe in what their party is doing nationally and don't agree with these NHS reforms. Now is your chance to have the courage of your beliefs, do the right thing, and despite the pressure to toe the party line, think independently and vote with your convictions. You never know, the voters of Derby may even be impressed next May if Lib Dem candidates stamp their independence and stand up for the NHS. If we are going to save our NHS, Mr Mayor, it really is now or never. Thank you.
Councillor Redfern, do you wish to second now or reserve the right? Thank you. I've been given notice of an amendment. Councillor Hickson, would you like to put the amendment now?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've got an amendment. If I'd heard much more from Councillor Rawson, I think I'd have started self-harming. But my primary interest in this motion is clearly making sure that we achieve the need to ensure that we have the best possible health offer for people that we represent, and not all the nonsense that Councillor Rawson's talking about this evening. So I have got an amendment. Mr Mayor.
If members look at the motion as printed, if you look on the third line, it starts off NHS. At the end there, delete the R, and on the next line, concerned. And instead, insert have understandable concerns. The next line down, delete condemn, and insert coalition. At the end of the paragraph, delete opposing the NHS Health and Social Care Bill, and insert to emphasise the need to ensure that any changes to the NHS improve the health care offer for all of the people we represent.
Councillor Hickson, do you want to speak to your motion?
Well, straightforward.
Sorry, do you have a seconder first? I should have asked that. Councillor Holmes, thank you.
Straightforward amendment, Mr Mayor, that clears up the muddle that Councillor Rawson presented to Council. The spirit of the motion, I think, is okay as far as it went. But what I think we need to be in the business of, rather than trying to make political points about the NHS, is securing the best possible service for the people that we represent. The tidying up and the more coherent wording that I've presented in terms of the amendment will achieve just that. I've got no problems about writing to the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister asking to make sure that any changes that happen improve the healthcare offer for the people that we represent. I think that's where we should be, rather than trying to make political points on something so important.
Do you wish to second now, Councillor Holmes? Or,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. The Leader of the Council made reference to self-harm. There are people in this city, very vulnerable people, very, very vulnerable people, Mr. Mayor, that do actually self-harm. And to ridicule the people, vulnerable people like that, is damn right nasty, cruel, and it was totally, utterly unwarranted. Councillor Rawson delivered a very passionate plea to the councillors, and the best remark Councillor Hickson could come up with is absolute disgraceful. And he should apologise. He should apologise to Councillor Rawson, and he should apologise for those people of Derby that are unfortunate enough to find themselves self-harming.
Third time. Councillor Banwaite, going to the podium and calling a point of order to make a statement is not the way to behave in this chamber. If you have a point of order to make, please make it. I happen to agree with you about Councillor Hickson's choice of words, but he chose them, not you or not I. If you have a point of order, please make it. Now,
well, it wasn't an appropriate point of order. You obviously made it, but it wasn't in so much as there would be no breach of the Council's rules of procedure. I'm not here to rule on gentlemanly behaviour.
we have an amendment before us. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the amendment? Thank you, Councillor Hussain.
Mr. Mayor, the amendment which has been proposed by Councillor Hickson is not capable of changing the bill which the motion urges us to reject or write to the government so that the council urges the government we want to oppose the bill. The Health and Social Care Bill 2001 represents the biggest shake-up of the NHS service since its creation. Major organisations, from time to time, and it is understandable, have to undergo significant changes to respond to new pressures and raised expectations. But it is highly questionable whether NHS is in need of such a major surgery, as it has successfully developed and evolved with the time. In fact, the public satisfaction about its services has never been higher. Some surveys have recently put public satisfaction with National Health Service at 80%, which is something unprecedented. So what are the reasons? And one does wonder, why does the government, and Andrew Lansley in particular, why does he want to change a system which is working really well, and patients who receive services from NHS are very satisfied? The only plausible explanation is the Tory obsession with introducing market-based reforms. And I think Councillor Rawson alluded to this obsession in his original motion. Many Tory supporters still strongly believe that markets provide best answers to everything. And I think they seem to be obsessed with this idea. I think they might have had a bit of success in the 80s, and some changes were actually needed. But they reckon that's a panacea for every ill there is in public service. Just privatise it, and it will solve the problem. The motive of all public service providers needs to be nothing other than acting in the best interest of the person in their care. Not fat bonuses, not huge salaries, and not be driven by company profits. The welfare of the patients or the service users should be the only consideration influencing their decision. And I don't know if the NHS was privatized, whether the private providers, and there's plenty of evidence, and we are going through a time where private sector has actually not won public's trust. If anything, the public appear to be, and there was a survey in one of the Sunday papers, people do not believe that the public sector generally, at this point in time, is actually acting in their best interest. What more proof do you want that this is not the time? We need to introduce major reforms to keep major companies in check. Can anyone in this chamber put their hand on their heart and say that they can trust private companies to act in their best interest? If you do, then I think you need to have a major rethink about where your values are. I'll only give you examples of bankers, insurers, utility companies, and then many, many other private service providers. It needs to be understood that in the retail sector, if you make an unwise choice or you get ripped off with a purchase, as it happens all the time, the consequences are not likely to be as dire as they can be with health and well-being issues. You can throw or store away a wrong purchase, but you cannot easily reverse a wrong treatment or a wrong intervention. Not only should no one should get ripped off or be offered unnecessary treatment, the retail markets thrive because they are good at persuading us to spend our hard-earned money on useless things. Many of you have been to America, and you will know what I'm referring to. Every other ad on American TV channel is for a health product. By the way, Americans proportionately spend twice as much on health care and produces far inferior outcomes for its people compared to Britain. Life expectancy is shorter, morbidity is higher. The two words that get bandied about in the bill are choice and diversity, again exhibiting the retail model underpinning the bill.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time's up, I'm afraid. I have to speak Councillor Skelton, Councillor Ashburner, Councillor Rawson and Councillor Dinser. At that point, I think I'll go to the motion. To the amendment, thank you. Councillor Skelton. Councillor, you're the seconder of the substantive motion. This is the amendment we're debating.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must say what Councillor Hussein's been saying about markets and them not being appropriate for the NHS. I think this is one of the few times that I will agree with Councillor Hussein. Unfortunately, it seems Tony Blair didn't share Councillor Hussein's views. And also, of course, I think some of his, that is Councillor Hussein's, local party members also are seemingly at the moment keen to support a private company continuing in the NHS, namely Normanton Medical Centre. So they need to be a little more consistent. But I think looking at the motion as it was originally, I presume that the Labour group were wanting to gain Liberal Democrat support. And if they really did, they ought to have chosen their words a little more carefully. Certainly, they shouldn't have put in the insulting parts that they did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ashburner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The underlying justification for the NHS reforms by Andrew Lansley is to give more power to GPs and patients and to take much more of the politics out of the NHS. The Labour group clearly wishes to continue to use emotional arguments as evidenced by the original motion before us to gain political advantage. Given that the reform moves much control from the Secretary of State to an independent NHS commissioning board following NICE and guidelines, the Labour group presumably wish to retain that control in political hands, not independent hands. What will the NHS gain from Councillors Rawson's and Redfern's original motion? In a word, chaos. Many of the changes relating to PCTs are well in progress, and to reverse them at this stage would be impractical. There should be reform. Where should the reforms go? There is always fear of change. There is always fear of change, and a concern about the possibility of making things worse. These reforms have had many changes in the House of Lords and in other places, and changes rising from rational debate are still taking place. This is the way to go, not tearing the motion or the proposal up and returning to the previous status quo. That is why the amendment to this motion should be accepted. It is a much more rational way of doing things. Thank you.
Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm afraid the amendment takes away all meaning from the original motion. Councillor Hickson's amendment is, I'm afraid, very woolly. We'd all, of course, agree that we want the best healthcare, but the point of the motion is how we get to that point. All members of the council will know, one would hope, whether or not they believe and support in the Health and Social Care Bill, and rather than putting amendments, should just vote accordingly.
Councillor Dinter.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I also oppose the amendment proposed by Councillor Hickson, because it does actually leave lots of space for the government to decide whatever it can, because putting whatever is best in terms of achieving best delivery in the way that emphasising that rather than actually opposing the bill, what it allows the people who are receiving all the information is to have their interpretation of what they think is the improvements that will make a difference to service delivery. And that, in many ways, was the original argument for the bill that's been put forward in the first place. So all Councillor Hickson is doing by putting his amendment is taking it back, taking the position back to where the the coalition government was in the first place. So nice try, Councillor Hickson, but I don't think that actually allows the thrust of what Councillor Rawson has communicated fairly eloquently earlier to be sustained and supported. So for that reason, I'd like to oppose the amendment. I also know that issues like the private sector cap removal will have even more devastating impact for those citizens who require access to mainstream health services. Now, I work in the probation service and the criminal justice system, and one of the groups that is most negatively served by the health service is offenders who are in every community and every group and are one of the most marginalised and the most needy groups in society. Some of the proposals in this bill will actually negatively impact in them receiving access to services. I know personally of projects that I have helped to gain funding from the health service that are being removed now as a result of the impending changes and the restructuring that previous Conservative Liberal Democrats said prior to the general election that they would not interfere with in terms of interfering with the health service, and then bringing a major bill on health and social care which is turning upside down not only the structure and the rationale of how we deliver services, but also devastating many jobs for many employees in the health service who, more likely than not, will either lose their job and never work again, or they will have to hunt around for the GP commissioning groups to come around and to reinvent some of the same systems and infrastructures that exist currently. At what cost? Cost to the taxpayer, which can be avoided by not actually going through this upheaval. So I would oppose the amendment and urge everybody to support the original motion, which, with some of the other changes suggested by Councillor Hickson are fairly acceptable. But this particular one, the last line, is totally changing the whole resolution, and for that reason it should not be supported because it takes away the real concerns, not only in the Labour group here, but in society generally about some of the negative impacts of this health and social care bill. Thank you.
Councillor Redfern, I misadvise you before. You are entitled to speak on this amendment. Thank you. And I have Councillor Campbell indicating after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the reasons I agreed to second this motion by Councillor Rawson is I am very grateful to the Health Service, and in actual fact I was in the city, in the Royal, last week having more surgery, so I do have recent experience. And we talk about this isn't an emotional argument. Well, I'm afraid health is an emotional argument. If your health is failing and those around you can't help you, it is emotional. The RCN, the Royal College of Nursing, are claiming there will be a loss of 50,000 frontline nursing staff. That isn't emotional. That is frontline nursing staff that deliver the life-saving treatment for people who enter the National Health Service. The Equality and Human Rights Commission, in their report out today, have condemned the level of care received for the elderly. It's appalling. 50% are happy with the care, they tell us, but there's 50% that aren't. 50% of people are not receiving the proper level of care. That's an awful lot. Care providers blacklist what they term as serial complainers. People who say, you are not delivering that level of care. Clients, families are resorting to put cameras in their homes to see how people are being treated by the carers. These aren't my issues. These are national issues that have been in the news today. The providers are paying a minimum wage whilst charging clients £14 an hour. Doctors aren't accountants. They're highly skilled, highly trained providers of healthcare. They want to do the healthcare. They want to take care of the people they are trained to look after. My personal experience of seeing my dad move from his own house into sheltered care as he's got older, to have care providers come in, and I'm explaining to my dad it's costing £200 a week and he pays for all his own care, his own rent, everything. My dad is like thousands and thousands of other elderly people. I don't want that level of care. I don't need somebody to come in and get my breakfast for me. So what does he do? He starts to look after himself. He's 91. He hasn't got the ability to do what the carer does. So what happens? He has a fall. Where does that burden then lie? It lies with the health service who take care of him. What does that cost? I ask you. My dad is like a lot of elderly people. They want to save their money to pass on to their children. They don't want to spend it on care because they've been brought up and come through 2 world wars to be independent, to make sacrifices for the family. Should we be asking 90-year-olds to make these sacrifices so we can provide a profit for a private company? I would suggest that we as human beings owe a duty of care, not only to the elderly, not only to the vulnerable, not only to people that need that support, but I would suggest that we need to provide that care as human beings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. A couple of points I'd like to raise firstly. Firstly, I'm slightly confused and perplexed by Councillor Hickson's point that he feels that the amendment is bringing some clarity to it, as the substantive motion states that we believe that the proposals that are going through Parliament at the moment are wrong. Now, you can ideologically disagree with that. I can't see how you can make the point that it's unclear. So, moving on from that, I would say that actually there are a number of reasons why it's wrong, and a great percentage of the public think it's wrong. Firstly, as we're aware, one of the things the government are proposing to do is to give GPs the power to make budgetary decisions, to decide how resources are allocated in the name of giving more power to local people and giving more power to the GPs. It does appear there's a lot of evidence that suggests the GPs don't want that. I also note that the government are considering taking away the power of GPs to certify as sick long-term benefit claimants. So maybe we should be looking as a country at putting accountancy and business studies training in to our medical degrees rather than medical training, because it appears that under the current proposals that they'll be spending more time pushing pens and less time treating patients. Other point I'd like to raise is with regard to Councillor Ashburn's point that it's a good thing that powers will be taken away from the Secretary of State and given to what's termed an independent body. People often seem to like that kind of thing. It's something that often goes down with the public. However, what's rarely put is that another way of putting it is taking it away from an elected official who the public put there and the public can take away if they're not happy with their decisions, and giving it to an unelected official.
I've not seen any other indication to speak. Is that the case? Right, we'll move to the motion then, please. Sorry, the amendment to the motion. Those in favour of the amendment indicate, please. And those against the amendment? The amendment is carried. Thank you. The amendment now becomes the substantive motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the substantive motion? Councillor Banwaite.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order under CP 45. We've just taken the vote, but I was seeking clarification, so excuse my timing. I believe under CP 45, the amendment to the motion affects and negates the original motion. So I would ask for clarification from the monitoring officer as to whether that was actually in order in the first place.
The councillor's actually got my copy, but I've managed to borrow another. No, I don't think it does negate it. If it was to say, to write to the Cabinet member and the Prime Minister and say, we approve these reforms, then that would be a direct contrast. This is just a matter of emphasis as opposed to a negation of the original motion.
Could I just seek further clarification, please? If the original motion was asking to stop the bill and we're no longer asking for that, surely it negates the original motion.
My answer's the same, really. No, I don't think it does.
Okay, thank you.
I've lost the thread. Councillor Banwaite, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, we're all in a privileged position here as councillors. And I think one of the most important parts of why we're here and why we become councillors is about leadership. Now, that is a word which is very overly used. But one of the most key parts of being a good leader is about looking at the future. It's about predicting the future. Now, this is one of those sort of issues where, you know, there's been a lot of ideological politics about it, but it's one of those sort of issues that if we allow this NHS bill to go through, the consequences down the road are going to be absolutely catastrophic, and the people who are going to suffer are the ordinary members of the public. The people that the vast majority of the people of Derby who don't have access to private healthcare. What you're hearing from the Labour group is a real, genuine fear that somewhere down the line, years from now, the NHS will be broken up, and the people that will lose out will be those people that aren't well off enough to access private healthcare. And I want to just say a real important spirit, words that were echoed just after the war. A nation fit for heroes. That was the aspiration in which the NHS was born just after the war. And that was about saying that all those servicemen and women that had sacrificed their lives, had fought for this country, when they went abroad to fight, they left a Britain where there was a very unequal Britain, Mr. Mayor, where the vast majority of the people of this country didn't have access to national public services that were free at the point of need. And the NHS is, Mr. Mayor, one of the most finest public services in this country. Nowhere else in the world has that. Now, it's not perfect. Life isn't perfect. But it's still one of the finest national services. And in what it does in helping and providing medical care to some of the most vulnerable people in our country is absolutely special. Now, this particular bill is, I'm afraid, Mr. Mayor, another bill cooked up by multi-millionaire politicians in London who are totally, utterly out of touch with the people of Derby. The same people that are selling this city, costing us jobs through Bombardier, the decision of not awarding this contract to Bombardier. These are the very same politicians that are now recommending this NHS bill. Now, if we're going to attack them on their crazy decision and their irresponsible decision over Bombardier, why are we now not completely accepting their great wisdom on this issue, which I think is just as an important issue? Now, Mr. Mayor, I will certainly be urging my colleagues on this council, and I will also plead to the Liberal Democrats here. They've said a few things about our record, but look at our record. You take a great deal of confidence in the position this Labour group has taken on all sorts of issues the last couple of years, in saving children's centres and care homes and day centres, implementing this council's policy for it. And I can't help thinking about Pastor Niemöller, who, when the crisis was happening in Germany, now just bear with me with that, the point I'm trying to make, I'm not obviously accusing anyone here of being a Nazi or anything, of course, but what did resonate for me, Mr. Mayor, was Pastor Niemöller was talking about the injustice of how people in influential positions, community leaders, local politicians, church leaders, stand idly by when the powers that be make injustices and irresponsible decisions. And I will say, Mr. Mayor, when the Tories came for our children's centres, the Liberal Democrats did nothing. When the Tories came for our care homes, impacting on our elderly, the Liberal Democrats did nothing. And as I know yesterday, Mr. Mayor, when the Tories came for our day centres, the Liberal Democrats did nothing. So they'll get a great deal of confidence knowing that our judgment, this Labour group that represents more people in this city, more people voted Labour than the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats put together. That's a very, very powerful mandate. That is the most important mandate. So you'll take great deal of credit if actually, for once, you've got out of your cosy relationship, which I can't see whatever benefit you get, and actually listened to the voice of the majority of the people of Derby. That's what we're trying to look at towards here. Forget about the personalities here. These are the people you'll be supporting. So I urge this council to think very, very seriously about supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rawson, you have the right to sum up at the end, so I'd like to do that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said in response to the amendment, the motion as it is now amended has taken away any real meaning from the original motion, so unfortunately won't be able to support it. I go back to the points that I made originally. If we really feel that this piece of legislation is going to have such a detrimental effect, then we need to nail our colours to the mast and say so. And unfortunately, that has been completely lost in this woolly motion now that it's been amended. This is the biggest reorganisation of the NHS since it was created in 1948, despite the fact that one part of the coalition government was elected on the promise not to undertake any more top-down reforms of the NHS, but promptly decided to abandon that pledge and do exactly the opposite. It's unnecessary, unwanted, wasteful and damaging. There's no appetite amongst the population for such massive changes in how the NHS operates. There's room in any organisation for improvements, of course there are, and we should look at exactly what improvements we can make within the NHS. But you have to say overall, when you compare it to other healthcare systems around the world, the NHS is one of the most cost-effective and efficient healthcare systems anywhere in the world. So why on earth would any government want to embark on such crazy, reckless, untested changes that they're currently proposing in this bill? It's really quite crazy, and I'm not really sure that the Conservative and Liberal Democrat parties have really considered the electoral consequences of the changes that they're proposing, but only time, I guess, will tell with that. What I would like to urge members of the public and fellow councillors is to go to the website www.dropthebill.com, sign the petition against this piece of government legislation. As I said in my original comments, there's still time for the government to change its mind. And I hope that with enough pressure, sadly not from this chamber tonight, because members of the Conservative group, I can perfectly understand your point of view and your ideological belief in markets and trying to introduce more market-orientated reforms into the NHS. That's understandable. But the Liberal Democrats, what on earth are you doing? Is my question to members over there who voted for the amendment. There's still time to change your mind. You can still vote against the motion as it's now been amended. There's still time to show your principles, if indeed this is what you believe. So, to sum up finally, Mr. Mayor, the motion as amended, I don't think cannot be supported for exactly those reasons that I set out earlier on. And I would urge particularly Liberal Democrat members to think about their elections next May and vote accordingly.
Thank you, councillors. I didn't see your indication, Councillor Skelton, before I called the summing up. I'm afraid I'm not allowed to call you now. So we'll move to the vote, please. Those in favour of the amended motion. Recorded vote. Thank you.
Would members please indicate when I call their names whether they are for or against the motion as amended? Councillor Afzal. Councillor Allen, the Mayor. Councillor Ashburner. Councillor Atwell. Councillor Bailey. Councillor Banwaite. Councillor Barker. Councillor Bayliss. Councillor Bolton. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Graves. Councillor Harwood. Councillor Hickson. Councillor Higginbottom. Councillor Hillier. Councillor Holmes. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Ingle. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jones. Councillor Keith. Councillor Jangir Khan, Councillor Shiraz Khan, Councillor Leeming, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Nater, Councillor Poulter, Councillor Radford, Councillor Rawson, Councillor Redfern, Councillor Repton, Councillor Richards, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Russell, Councillor Sandhu, Councillor Shankar, Councillor Skelton, Councillor Troop, Councillor Tuplin, Councillor Webb, Councillor Whitby, Councillor Faywinter, Councillor Linda Winter, Councillor Wood. In favour of the motion as amended, 26. Against, 21.
We now move to motion 2 under item 16. Councillor Nater to move and Councillor F. Winter to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. British households currently spend more on heating their homes than their counterparts in Sweden, where the winter temperatures are far lower. That this means a legacy of drafty cold homes that are expensive to heat, leaving vulnerable local residents facing serious health risks. And all over resilience on fossil fuels, leaving households and businesses exposed to soaring world energy prices. That the previous government left office with Britain at 25th place in Europe for renewable energy generation. The Council recognises the role played by Liberal Democrats in government in securing the Warm Homes discount to give an extra £120 each year to the least well-off pensioners in Derby to keep warm there this winter. A commitment from energy companies to help with free loft and cavity wall insulation for Derby's poorest households. From October 2012, the Green Deal will aim to insulate all domestic and commercial properties to high standards at no upfront cost to consumers. To support the Green Deal locally by ensuring local residents in Derby know about the opportunities and helping direct them towards providers. To investigate how else Council can help with supporting home insulation work, for instance, acting as a Green Deal provider itself, to write to the local government association and other appropriate national bodies with details of Derby City Council's plan to keep our residents warm and to tackle climate change. To investigate ways that the Council can assist local residents to save money and keep warm through provision of information and advice, including through working with partner agencies. The Council resolves to write to Energy Minister Chris Hull, urging him to continue his campaign to put pressure on energy companies to cut soaring energy prices. I think earlier on you heard how the climate change team, how well they performed in Derby, and the 50k is not been taken out of the budget. And actually they've tripled their targets, I understand, from that 50k. So this is a very simple sort of, well, I'd say detailed, actually, motion, and I just hope everybody can support it. Basically, it is for the residents of Derby, and it's also helping the elderly and vulnerable.
Councillor Winter, do you need a second now or reserve your right? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Wednesday, Derwent Living, Vicarage Road, Mickleover, had its official opening of Sustainable Homes. And fantastic development. We had Ken Loach, who is a TV and film director. We had our Mayor and Lady Mayoress. And we had Mr. Chris Williamson. Vicarage Road and other councillors. Councillor England, I'm very sorry, and also Councillor Keith, myself and Councillor Jones. Vicarage Road is the first scheme developed by Derwent Living to level 5 of the Code for Sustainable Homes. The Code for Sustainable Homes complements the system of energy performance certificates for new homes introduced in 2008 and builds on the most recent changes to building regulations in England and Wales. This in Mickleover is the most environmentally friendly development that Derwent Living has built. It features state-of-the-art sustainable technology and the latest construction methods. We have 4 two-bedroom apartments, 2 two-bedroom houses, and 1 3-bedroom house which has been adapted for the disabled. And we had our first residents moved in on Friday of last week. This is a fantastic project, and we're taking green technology forward. So the low-carbon features of this scheme will be monitored so that we can learn lessons for future developments, and the residents will work in partnership with Derwent Living, giving feedbacks and updates about this new environmental technologies to allow Derwent Living to introduce similar features in future builds. And this is the way forward for new homes or, you know, our new social housing. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I've had Councillor Troop and Councillor Dinser indicate so far, so I'll take Councillor Troop first and then Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to concentrate on the second last bullet point of this motion. Some years ago, while I was the Cabinet member responsible for energy advice, I was very envious of a scheme that was available at that time at Kirklees Council, who were able to offer their residents free insulation to their homes. I did discuss with officers the possibility of such a scheme in Derby, but it was impossible to find sufficient funds to carry out that scheme. However, we were aware of installation companies being eligible to apply for CERT funding. That's funding through the carbon emissions reduction target, so that they could subsidise the installation of insulation in properties. After quite a battle with through the procurement process of the council, I'm sure other people have had difficulties in that area similarly. We did eventually come up with a scheme with a company called Dyson, and the scheme was called Warm Streets. Subsequently, this has been taken forward by a company called Apex, who are in partnership with, I think, almost all of the neighbouring councils. So this whole area is able to have subsidised insulation as an offer to the public to insulate their homes. Today I had a look on the new council website, which isn't available publicly as yet, but I struggled to navigate my way towards the information that would tell me about this. Eventually I gave up trying to navigate and put loft insulation in the search field, and eventually tracked it down to being under health and social care and then services for older people. I don't think many people would think of looking there for advice on insulating their homes. So I think there's still quite a bit of work to do on the new council website. I agree that it does look much neater than the previous one, but finding out these linkages between things which will supply people with information is really important. So I hope that if this motion is passed, that the council can work to find better ways of informing residents of the schemes that are available to them. So I hope the council supports this motion. Thank you.
Councillors have had an amendment lodged, and I have to take the amendment first. I've got to take the amendment first, Councillor Dinser. I have to take the amendment first.
I want to speak to this motion.
Yes, but I've had an amendment lodged, and the Constitution says I have to take the amendment.
All right. Is there an amendment? That's fine.
Okay. Would you read us the amendment, please, Mr. Leslie?
Mr. Mayor, if members look at the motion, after the first 4 bullet points, there's a paragraph that starts, "This council recognises the role it played," and then the amendment is to delete the Liberal Democrats in government and substitute the coalition government.
Councillor Nader, are you happy to accept that amendment without the need to go through debate and vote? Okay. Is Council happy to accept that amendment? Yeah, okay. Councillor Dinser.
Well. I was actually going to say my councillors on the council from the Conservative group, are you going to sit by and let this motion go the way it is? because quite clearly there's divisions in the House, as they say. You can't take credit away from anybody, can you? The Labour Group was actually going to abstain on this motion because we thought it was a little argument and disagreement between the coalition in this chamber, because one part of the coalition was taking credit for everything that's happening around climate change, and I didn't think the other part of the coalition would sit idly by and say that's true. But we don't actually want to get into your argument about who's got more influence and who's actually made more of a difference in government. We'll let you argue that out between yourselves. All I'd like to say is that some of the things in this resolution are things that were started by a Labour government. The Warm Homes Front strategy was not new. The commitment here is to say pension credit guaranteed, which is quite good, but what about all the other people who are low income, and actually that at the moment is discretionary for energy agencies, that they don't have to provide this same facility of extra £120 each year to other low income people in the city. So maybe you want to add that as another strength to what can be done in the future. Some of these things, which are resolved to support the Green Deal and to investigate how council can help with supporting home installation and so forth, some of those strategies and campaigns will be undermined and reduced as a result of the cutbacks that have been made in terms of the climate change. And, however, one of the changes which is going to be made or reversed is welcome. So that should hopefully help contribute towards some of the aspirations that are here. But I actually don't think we need to send a resolution to the minister who, or his previous counterpart, or the deputy leader, when they came to the city, they called the campaign for the 10% by 10,000 cutbacks in carbon reduction to impress. And then, when they were actually here, said the real aim was to actually get to 3%. This was the Liberal Democrats' fellow colleagues, and but then failed to reach the target and got only 3%. So there's issues here about what campaigning has been done, what's been successful, and how we can work together. I know officers in this council are working hard, despite the cutbacks, to achieve many of the resolutions that have been put in here, and I'm sure they will continue to do that. What we want to do is support them by making sure they have the maximum funds to deliver some of these aspirations. Because I know some of these have actually gone down in offers made to the residents. Because, for instance, because the climate change team has been cut back, they're less able to promote in local organisations some of the benefits they can achieve, which has led to less referrals coming in for questions about clarification of some of the things that are here. And the public is actually less informed, and we want to change that as much as we can, so they are informed and they can take advantage of some of the many opportunities they have in terms of contributing to climate change. So I'll leave the arguments and discussions and the debate of who contributes more in government between the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats, but we will be abstaining on this motion.
Councillor Bayliss, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion is a bit of an essay, really, sadly it's a Joe Nater essay at that. It may well be true that one of Councillor Nater's constituents phoned him and asked for a copy of the Liberal Democrat manifesto, to which the council said they'd sold out. To which the caller said, "I know that, but I just wanted a copy of a manifesto." This seems to be admittedly a panicky response to that fictitious call. Panic and rambling. But it's part of the Liberal Democrat con, really, isn't it? It's a forlorn hope that this will mask your complicity in the cuts from Derby's electorate. The only people who believe this are the Liberal Democrats in this room. In fact, Councillor Troop, you talked about the council website. I have to say, sadly, I was a bit of a loose end and I must have been mad, but I'd actually look at the Liberal Democrat website. And if you look at the diary bit, there's actually nothing in it. There's absolutely nothing in it. In fact, there's no Christmas and there's no election date. So any events you want to attend, they aren't any. They've cancelled them all. But I can tell you, on the steps, store steps in Derby, on the phones, the electorates think you've sold out. So if you're trying to get elected in Derby in a Liberal Democrat, I'd be very, very afraid. And I can see why you are, Councillor Nater. I mean, because according to our toast, I'll give you a prediction. Finbar, you're toast. Joe, you're going to be jettisoned. And Hillary, your ward's going to be blue. And I wouldn't bother with any more open letters because that didn't work last May, did it? It didn't prevent your electoral meltdown, and any other letter you might send won't either. I mean, I thought you'd realise by now that in coalition partnership, it means that the Liberal Democrats act as the human shields for the Tories. Simple as that. Take all the losses and all the cuts in councillors. And if you look at the Derby, the portfolio split, the majority of the cuts appear to be in the Liberal Democrat portfolios. And we've only recently heard that there's a bit of a backpedal and they might put the local studies library in the centre of the town. Well, it was nuts to put it anywhere else, to be frank, but anyway. I could continue. I've got a busy life. I need a pint later, so shall we get on and move to the vote, Mr Mayor? Thank you.
I have no other indications to speak, so we'll move to the vote. Those in favour of the amended resolution, show now, please. Thank you. And that's carried. Thank you. Moving on to motion 3 in item 16. Councillor Troop to move and Councillor, not sure who to second, Councillor Tuplin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I hope we perhaps have a bit of unanimity bursting out on this one. Photovoltaic panels or PVs generate electricity from sunlight. Under the scheme, the electricity can be used locally and the excess fed to the national grid. The feed-in tariff is used to calculate payments due to owners of photovoltaic panels for the electricity they produce. The tariff or FIT started in April 2010. It is part of the national strategy to increase energy produced from renewable sources. The cost of the FIT scheme is recovered by the energy companies through customer bills. The government monitors the scheme to make sure progress is made that is affordable and sustainable. The government has set a target of 15% of our energy needs coming from renewable sources by 2020. The target in the electricity sector is 30% from renewable sources by 2020. Studies have shown that to be achievable, but it is a huge transformation considering there is just 8 years to achieve it, starting from quite a low base. Why is there such a great urgency to act? There are quite a number of reasons, but perhaps the most high profile of these is the need to cut carbon emissions in order to combat climate change. The number of climate change sceptics is, I believe, reducing as the evidence becomes ever more compelling. But I'd not be surprised if there are still a few members of this council with doubts. This is not the right time to debate the climate change issue, but it needs to be a consideration when assessing the importance of the feed-in tariff. The International Energy Agency is generally considered to be a conservative organisation and a friend of the oil industry. In their annual World Energy Outlook, released earlier this month, they argue that we have until 2017 to address carbon emissions and keep temperature rise to 2 degrees C. Otherwise, significant and potentially catastrophic climate change is inevitable. They also say that oil production is becoming increasingly costly. In order to increase or even maintain production, oil prices will need to be kept high. You may remember that in the recession that started in 2008, the oil price per barrel dropped from a high of $147 to below $50. Even with the current economic turmoil 3 years later, the price has stayed above $100 a barrel. Without sufficient investment, the IEA foresee oil prices spiralling above $150. Looking now at energy security, there are huge advantages in reducing dependence on oil and fossil fuels generally. Making electricity from sunlight reduces our need to import oil, coal and gas, and being locally produced, it helps our balance of payments. The cost of PV energy is stable, unlike fossil fuel prices. Everyone is aware of the huge increases in energy costs recently. I've been told that the Queen now spends more than 10% of her income on fuel to run her palaces. So even the Queen is in fuel poverty. But it is the many people on low incomes that really suffer. Therefore, reducing our dependence on fossil fuels must be a good thing from many angles. Coming now to the FIT scheme itself, the owner is currently paid 43.3 pence per kilowatt hour generated, and any energy used is free, which is a particular benefit to social housing. The cost of installation has fallen by around 30% since the scheme started, so the rate of return on capital outlay has increased from around 5% to around 10%, tax-free, guaranteed for 25 years, and index-linked to RPI. Needless to say, that has caused a rapid increase in the uptake, which is now some 2.5 times what the government expected. To bring the scheme into line with the original intentions, it is proposed to reduce the tariff from 33.3p to 21p from the 12th of December. A new multi-installation tariff is also proposed of 16.8p, which is an 80% reduction on the single installation tariff, and is proposed from April 2012. Also from April 2012, it is proposed that an energy efficiency requirement is introduced, which means that the building must meet insulation standards to be eligible for the feed-in tariff. Everyone expected the tariff to be reduced because of the falling costs. The Minister, Greg Barker, has argued that changes are needed to avoid a boom and bust in the PV industry. But by making such a drastic change well before any change was expected may result in the very thing that he's trying to avoid, that is boom and bust. It is unusual, to say the least, to have an implementation date, 12th of December, that precedes the end of consultation on the 23rd of December. There are signs of panic about this review, but will the costs be so serious compared with the problem? The Minister says it would put £26 on each electricity bill by 2020 if nothing is done. That is only 50p per week. But nobody expects nothing to be done. The reduction in the tariff is inevitable and desirable. What we need is a sensible, phased approach that meets the needs of the PV industry, the consumer and the government. I think all political parties agree that we need to grow the green economy, increasing expertise and creating jobs in green industries. With the Green Deal starting up next October, a new market will be opened up in transforming the way we live to be more sustainable. PV firms are well placed to get into this market. To hammer them now is an unexpected way that would, in this unexpected way, would be a retrograde step. The motion asks for 3 specific things. The consultation needs to be completed and studied before any change in tariff is imposed. Secondly, Tariff changes need to be progressive over a period of time so that industry and consumers have time to adapt. And thirdly, the multi-installations tariff should not apply to social housing so that those in fuel poverty can benefit from the free electricity produced. This afternoon, I was at the event celebrating the 500th PV installation by Derby Homes. That's a fantastic achievement. They too are concerned about the scale and speed of the proposed changes and will no doubt agree at the board meeting tomorrow to respond to the consultation. The imposition of the multi-installation tariff is of particular concern in the social housing sector, as it is here that the greatest customer benefit from PV is felt. Derby Homes say schemes would not be viable under the multi-installation tariff. Imposition of this tariff is likely to lock out the very people who are most at risk of fuel poverty. It may therefore be sensible for the Council and Derby Homes to collaborate and send in a joint response to the consultation. I ask Council to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Tuplin, do you want to second now or reserve the right?
Right, as Councillor Troops just suggested, global warming is perhaps the most serious problem that the world faces at the moment. The introduction of the feed-in tariff has been one of the ways that people, companies, householders, and indeed Derby Homes, amongst many others, have been encouraged to start to actually do something about it by looking at ways of generating electricity other than using fossil fuels. I think we'd all agree that the feed-in tariff at its present level is unsustainable in the long term. However, if we cut the tariff so severely and so suddenly as proposed, I think it's likely to do more harm than good. A much more gradual change surely would give companies supplying renewable energy time to adjust and to seek other ways of encouraging people forward in looking for greener ways of producing their energy. So I urge Council to support this motion, which will allow time for the suppliers to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have Councillor Ashburner and Councillor Nater. You've got an amendment, thank you. Have we got it here?
Mr. Mayor, the amendment is fairly brief. If members turn to page 6 of their agenda and they look at the final 3 bullet points in relation to this motion, the first of those bullet points starts, they announce immediately that there will be no change to the feed tariff rules until, and then if you insert there, at least 6 months after.
So three. It's it should be 3.
Sorry, after 3 months after the consultation period. And then the next bullet point, the tariff is reduced progressively over a longer period, and then rather than having 6 and 8 months, insert 12 and 24.
Okay. Thank you. I will be brief because I think the proposal and the seconder have taken long enough, and I don't oppose or disagree with any of the reasons why this motion is here. The Labour group is supportive of the motion because we think it's quite unreasonable for the government to have a consultation period and 2 weeks before it ends to actually implement new changes. And if we're going to be true to the consultation process, we should really give at least 3 months to actually allow the consultation feedback to be considered and then put forward actions. That's usually sort of reasonably acceptable as a way to progress that. So I would suggest that, I mean, should not be a controversial point. The second one, again, is the same thing. There are issues about what it's actually doing to people, private businesses and others who are actually trying to implement the current tariff regime. They need time to actually make the adjustments to the new tariff. Nobody's disagreeing with changing the tariff, and 6 months doesn't seem reasonable. I mean, I know our own officers, in terms of the Friargate Studios and Springwood Leisure, they are frankly trying to get the costings done and actually hit the target before these changes are brought into place. And there are many others out there, and I'm sure I've read in the public media where some organisations are pulling back from this scheme as a result of some of these announcements which are being put forward so hastily and so quickly. And this will actually become the second change within the last 18 months that has been proposed by the government. Surely that's not the way to actually encourage what we all believe is the right thing to do in terms of this area. So, Mr Mayor, without taking too much of our time, and everybody probably wants to go home, I hope there's some sort of consensus in terms of saying the thrust of this resolution we all agree with, but we need to just give a little bit more reasonable time in terms of how the consultation process is taken into account. And secondly, by increasing from 6 to 12 months and 18 to 24 months, the time of implementation allows more time for more people to actually adjust and actually come forward with ideas and initiatives and funding to actually deliver some of these targets. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Troop, are you prepared to accept the amendments? Okay, can I call Councillor Holmes, who indicated before you did?
Just very quickly, Mr Mayor, just to say, yeah, no problem with this. We welcome the amendment, and the Conservative Group will be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Troop.
I too will accept this amendment with some reluctance, because I feel that with the 10% returns that are achievable, or even more than that, on installations, people are going to be trying to pile into this as fast as they can to take advantage of what's available. And to that extent, it further fuels the sort of boom and bust situation that the industry faces. So I'm a bit worried about that. But putting that aside, I'm sure the government will reach a sensible decision, bearing in mind our comments. Thank you.
Given we've got a new motion and an amended motion, is there anyone who wants to speak to the substantive motion? Right. Those in favour of the amended motion? That looks like NEMCON, thank you. The next motion on the agenda paper is Councillor Hickson to move and Councillor Jones to second.
I'll just formally move the motion as printed, Mr Mayor.
I'd like to propose an amendment, quite a simple one. At E, I'd like to insert 30 minutes of public question time into the agenda and then re-annotate E to F. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do you have a seconder for that, Councillor Bailey?
I'm sure I can get a seconder for that.
Thank you. Councillor Russell. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Well, very briefly, Mr Mayor, I need to be consistent about making sure that we uphold the public's right to speak, so I'm going to move it, and no doubt you will vote it down, but I will move the amendment you've got.
Are there any other speakers on that amendment? Councillor Russell, do you want to use your right to speak? Okay. We'll move to the vote then. Those in favour of the amendment, show please. Those against the amendment? 23 against. 22 for the amendment, 23 against the amendment is lost. We move to the substantive motion then. Is there anyone wishing to speak to that? Moving to the vote then. Those in favour of the substantive motion? That's carried then, thank you. We have done motion 5 earlier in the agenda, so we now move to item 6, motion 6. Councillor Shanker to move, Councillor Banway to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are really worrying times for families struggling with high food prices and energy bills, worried about their jobs, worried about their children's futures. We can all either admit this as the stark reality experienced firsthand, I hope, across all wards in our city as we're going out meeting residents, or we can just simply deny this, say there's no problem really, it's Labour councillors just trying to exploit the terrible performance of the coalition government. Our economy has flatlined over the last 12 months. Unemployment is now at a 17-year high. David Cameron's austerity plan is hurting, but it's simply not working. Reversing January's damaging VAT rise for a temporary period would mean a £450 boost for a couple with children. It means immediate help for our high streets and for struggling families and pensioners. A boost of £225 a year for lone parent families. I'm sure we all remember the Lib Dems famously and, to be fair, successfully made their opposition to a VAT increase a centrepiece of their general election campaign, warning of a Tory VAT bombshell. They were right, they were absolutely right, and we've got to admit that. But presumably, they never planned to help drop that bombshell. Let me just remind those who may have forgot, or should I say wish they would have forgot, what Clegg said at that time. We see absolutely no reason to raise VAT because we have done our homework, we have identified where money can be generated and where money can be saved. That's what he said. Also remember Maggie Thatcher? She did it. John Major, he did it. And now David Cameron has done it without giving a hoot about social justice. That's why the Tories' VAT promises have received less scrutiny, because it's what they're about. It's what they stand for. It's their ideology. But if anything, their deceit is even worse. Throughout the election campaign, David Cameron repeatedly stated that his party had absolutely no plans to raise VAT. More strikingly, in May 2009, the Conservative leader suggested he would never raise a tax that hits the poorest the hardest. That's what he said. He went on to state, it's very regressive. It hits the poorest the hardest. It does, I absolutely promise you, is what he said. He added, VAT is a more regressive tax than income tax and council tax. Like every other country, we've got to get our deficit down, and that means tough decisions on tax and on spending. But trying to cut spending and raise taxes too far, too fast, is just damaging, and it damages the economy even further. The recovery seen over previous years has been choked, tens of thousands more on the dole, claiming benefits rather than paying taxes, making it harder to get the deficit down. That's why the government is set to borrow £46 billion more than they even originally planned. And it's not just the Labour Party and its activists saying this. The IMF has said the economy continues to undershoot, the government should change course, slow down the pace of its cuts and tax rises. Business groups are also calling for more action to get the economy growing strongly again. The Governor of the Bank of England has made it quite clear that higher VAT is an important factor in driving higher inflation that we're currently seeing. This is squeezing family incomes, hitting consumer spending and holding back strong growth. A cut now would help consumer spending as people are feeling the squeeze, help the economy get moving again, and help create jobs to get people off benefits into work, paying taxes. When the last Labour government cut VAT to 15% for 13 months, the Conservatives dismissed it, saying people wouldn't even notice it. Well, George Osborne probably didn't notice it. I didn't expect him to. But at the end of each month, millions of families across the country did see extra money in their pockets. Millions of families. Thousands of businesses saw the difference too. The IMF then said it proved to be an effective stimulus and the economy received a much-needed boost, which helped it return to growth, led unemployment to fall in 2009-10, saw the deficit come under by £21 billion than had been expected. This motion is for the individuals, families and businesses in Derby, a show that their representatives understand their pain and they are prepared to do something about it. Surely coalition councillors are happy to lobby ministers as representatives of the residents they represent to call for this temporary VAT cut. I'd urge all members to support this motion.
Councillor Atwell. I've got you. You're quite right, Councillor. Thank you. You wish to formally second? You're reserving the right. Thank you. I've got Councillor Atwell and Councillor Nater and Councillor Ashburner to speak. And Repton, thank you. Are you coming, Councillor Atwell, or are you withdrawing? You're withdrawing. You're coming. You're withdrawing. Councillor Nater.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I can't support this motion straight on the grounds of this is part of the coalition agreement, right? That is designed to get us. That is designed to get this country back on track, right from where the Labour Party left us for 13 years, and it's all right in opposition pointing the finger at everybody else, but we'll sort everything else out. That's what the Labour group want to say. We'll fix it for you, all right? We'll fix it.
Mr. Mayor.
I was enjoying that.
Councillors.
If I'm not elected next year, it doesn't matter. It won't be because of you. It's because I won't have done my job right.
Just a moment, please.
Anyway, Mr. Mayor.
Just a moment, Councillor Nater. Councillor Banwaite, just a few moments ago, you were asking people to be gentlemanly. Now you're acting like a music hall character. Can you try and be consistent? Thank you. Not in here, it isn't. Thank you. Councillor Nater, will you continue?
I think I've made my intentions perfectly clear. I think as a business person, a lot of the companies have absorbed the increase, the VAT increase. And yes, you know, there's a lot of items that are not vatable in the first place. So there's a lot of issues about it. And I think, you know, the Labour group seriously need to start looking at the wording of the motions when they put them through, because they don't even look right.
Councillor Repton, please.
Mr. Mayor, with the Chancellor's pre-budget report due out next week, it is timely and appropriate to bring this motion before Council this evening. There are now over 2,600 million people unemployed in our country, with over 1 million being under the age of 24. In Derby, there are 7,816 unemployed, with 2,650 being under the age of 24 years of age. Major concerns have been expressed by organisations like the CBI, the OECD and various leading economists. Yet the government blindly and foolishly ploughs ahead with its breakneck deficit reduction plan. Growth is flatlining and double-dip recession is sadly now a real possibility. Labour has consistently called for the government to adjust the speed and depth of such deficit reduction plans. But the Coalition's pathological virility test and obsession with eradicating the deficit before 2015, which is now only 3 years away, is likely to be the medicine that finally kills the patient. What is blindingly obvious to everyone is ABC to the government, anyone but Cameron. This government should now recognise and acknowledge the impending catastrophe their rigid approach will wreak on this country, this city and its people. Their living standards and livelihoods are at grave risk, with the poor and the vulnerable likely to be, as ever, the worst affected. One simple, effective measure to help avert such a catastrophic outcome is for the government to develop some humility and to change its course of action. It needs to accept Labour's proposal to reverse January's damaging VAT rise for a temporary period. This measure alone will provide immediate help for struggling families, pensioners, our economy, and most importantly, the 7,816 people who we are supposedly meant to represent in our city. I would urge the two parties opposite to put aside party differences. If they're really interested in helping those who currently are badly affected, they will support this motion and lobby government ministers for a temporary reduction in VAT. I support the motion, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Skelton.
Mr Mayor, could I move under CP 39, I think it's M, to put the question now be put? Sorry. It's J, actually, I couldn't read.
I have two more speakers indicating, and if they're the only two, I'm getting more now. So we'll have to put your motion. There are other people here. The motion is to put the motion now. So those in favour? Those against the motion? The motion is lost. Thank you. Councillor Skelton, you can now come forward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we really need to sort of get back to a bit of basics. That is basic mathematics, addition, subtraction, etc. You know, if we have a certain amount of income, we can spend a certain amount. But, oh, wait a minute, no, if you're Gordon Brown, you have this much income, and then you spend 25% more. Yeah, and then that's right, you get the country into a real mess after only a few years of doing that. And then, what happens? Somebody else, rather than Gordon Brown, has to end up clearing up the mess. But the basic fact is this. If you cut tax revenues, as we are being told we ought to do, and yet earlier on, of course, we were told by the same party we needed to be spending more on the NHS, spending more on arts, spending more on everything that the council does, everything government does. You know, wake up and smell the coffee. It just doesn't happen in the real world. It might happen in the parallel universe of Gordon Brown, but that's the only place it happens. Unfortunately, Gordon Brown's decisions and wasting money and etc. has caused everybody in this country, but especially those who are on more modest incomes and those who are vulnerable, a great deal of problems. We have to somehow cope with the fact that we have to pay back debts, we've got to stop borrowing money for our day-to-day spending, which is what we're doing. I mean, anybody should be able to work this out. If a household has got a certain income, say 400 or 300 pounds a week, you don't go spending 400 pounds a week. But that's what the previous Labour government were doing, and hiding things, so then that picture wasn't fully known to everybody in the country. So I'm afraid there is a time, unfortunately, the rest of us are having to take the consequences of some years of that happening. You know, normally on a cycle, the business cycle, whatever you want to call it, governments will, in the good times, store up money in the war chest, and therefore then when the tax revenues drop, when there's not such good economic conditions, you've got a store of money there ready to cover up that deficit. Oh yes, of course, the gold, Gordon Brown, yes. Well, Gordon Brown sold the gold when it was at about the lowest price that it could ever have been. Yeah. So, exactly. You know, we cannot, the bottom line is, we cannot spend more than our income. However much we don't like that, or we wish it was different, the reality is that we can't do that. You know, many people want to see more spending on different things, and the Labour Party has said throughout this evening that they're wanting to do that. Many members of the public would like to see more spending, but the basic fact is we have to live within our income. Because if you ask people on the one hand, OK, we will do a bit more public spending, we'll have to put taxes up, though, so that we can equal out the amount that we spend with the amount we get in. And people say, oh, no, don't really want that. Because at this current time, people are very pressed. Yes, they are. So you have to strike some sort of balance. And at the moment, I think, certainly as far as what people are saying to me, that it is about there's hardship all around. But anyway, as we were talking earlier on about the health service, for example, and spending, yes, there's plenty, you know, money has been spent and spent and spent over many years, but not always as wisely as it could have been. And I think now is the right time to actually say, hold on, let's have a look and see where we can better spend money. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for listening most attentively.
Councillor Campbell, can we see if your time is just as sharp?
Well, Mr Mayor, I'd like to thank Councillor Skelton for the elementary maths lesson, and now let's move on to period 2 and have a little look at basic economics. OK, I'm delighted to hear the Liberals acknowledging that there is more than one way to address a deficit, and that raising taxes is a way of doing that. I am absolutely delighted to do this. However, I started A-level economics quite a long time ago now. Maybe the rule book has changed a little bit. It was 1992. And I remember in the first couple of weeks doing taxation, and we were told, and I teach similar subjects now, so I still look at the textbooks now and again, a good tax will be progressive. And what a progressive tax means is not paying lip service to being progressive to try and win a few votes. What being progressive means, that a tax increase will affect those on a higher income more than those on a lower income. Now, VAT is a set percentage rate for everybody, whether they are rich or poor. The rich have a greater capacity. Sorry, Harvey, am I interrupting you? The rich have a higher... Sorry, can I just wait until people are finished? Is that right? Well, just wait for your councillors to let me speak. Is that right? Okay, delighted that we're so interested in letting members speak. Okay, as I was saying, VAT is...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, we did adjourn for 3 minutes, so it's 4 hours.
Okay, it appears that I'm not able to keep you round after class to finish my explanation, but VAT is a tax that affects the poor more than the rich. And I suggest that we move to the vote. Well, finish that.
Councillor Campbell has moved to the vote. Those in favour of that, show now, please. I have to take it. Yeah, I've got more speakers on the list, but the motion has been put to move to the vote. So those in favour? I'm advised that we can. Those in favour of moving to the vote now, indicate, please. That's 21. Those against going to the vote now?
Lost.
That motion is lost, so we carry on with the speakers. Councillor Ashburn, please. You
Mr.
have
Mayor.
2 minutes before the guillotine falls.
Yeah, I'll accept that. The Labour group in Derby is keen to distance themselves from the Labour economic policy that they had while in government. Gordon Brown said that over a full economic cycle, the government should roughly borrow no money. They redefined roughly so as to enable them to borrow more money. Then they redefined the economic cycle to allow them to borrow more money. And finally, and this was the really critical thing, they redefined what they meant by borrowing. Instead of borrowing money from organisations, they paid other organisations to borrow money on their behalf, the Private Finance Initiative. They paid massive fees to enable, to hide the debt in this way because, of course, other people needed to pay higher rates of interest than they would themselves. It was this policy that resulted in finance to be being added to the Crossrail contract, which has followed, which has resulted in Siemens.
That item is adjourned to the next meeting of the Council.